Share the live. This is so loud in my ears. I am so glad to see you guys. I have so much to tell you, even from the last couple of minutes. Hold on. Just getting us live. I spent so long troubleshooting Streamlabs on Friday and Saturday, so it should be working. We tested it like 10 times on Saturday, so everything should be okay. It is. Look at what can happen when you finally speak to a human being at a company you pay money. It's amazing. We, because all you guys helped me before to push my lives to YouTube and Twitch. So, also, it's your money too. And believe me, I had a long 8-hour fight with Streamlabs that went on and on. Yes, Jade, I'm live. Thank you for being the first to the YouTube chat. Kami, hi. Nice to see you. Where is Leah? I'm concerned. I know, I'm on time. Everyone's in shock because I'm on time. I know. And actually, I was going to be 30 minutes early today, so that's why I'm actually still 30 minutes late. So not on time, 30 minutes late. Because my family's in town, the whole gang of crazy. So I've got to get emotionally prepared. Oh, I wanted to see what these looked like. I don't even know there's some sort of TikTok fest or something, 2025. I was like, oh, that looks cool. Yeah, so I thought we could try a new gift and see. Those look awesome. I have so many interesting things to tell you guys. That's why my face looks like this, because this always happens. It's like I have a million interesting things to tell you guys, and then right before I go live, because I hate not checking the news, and then something is happening and then someone comes into my live and starts talking about it and I have no idea what they're talking about. So literally in the last 20 minutes there's been several breaking news events which I find hilarious. The Republicans are so incompetent. It is hilarious to watch them try to be we're solving problems. Just kidding. So can we all tap the screen? We need to get to 100K. Let's tap the screen. Let's get today could be the day. Let's get close to 1 million likes. Tap, tap, tap. Let's get more people in here, because if I don't say so myself, this is going to be a very special conversation. God, the YouTube chat looks different. This looks better. Okay. Whatever. I have spent hours updating everything and figuring out everything. So hopefully things shall run smoother from now on. Let me check just a couple more things. Dolphin, so funny. I was looking at your text and then to see if you were here yet, and I look up and you're there. So I'm like, okay, perfect. Hi, Dolphin. Everybody, please follow Dolphin. If you don't know, she does these amazing mental health lives. I think you just dance around, but I just think Dolphin and I had a lovely short text message conversation, where you learn more personal things about each other and things we had in common. And it's just, this is going to sound, I don't mean this negatively, but it's nice to just know, that people understand you, and not nice to know that people are going through similar things as you. But Dolphin is a warrior fighting through unbelievable stress, taking care of her mother. I'm not going to go into details because I don't know how much she shares about that, but just truly, Dolphin, thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your time with us, and don't make me cry again in the morning. The morning is when I pretend to be a robot so I can get through things. And then my crying is reserved for the dark of night. Don't ever make me cry again before noon. But love you. And I'm so glad to meet you and know more about you, because you are one strong person. These things are crazy. What is Live Fest? Is something happening that no one invited me to? There you are, Leah. I'm here. Let's go. Thank you so much for the $2. Look, Broken Computer Fund update. $1,486.30 of 1,900. That is the Broken Computer update. We're doing good. Okay. Sorry I was not here on Friday, but like I said, there was a glitch with Streamlabs. And here's the thing. I actually am a paying customer to Streamlabs because what I've learned is I can't be good at everything. If I wanted to go sit in a basement and learn to code, I could do it. I could learn. I know I could. But there's so many things that go into all of this. Thank you so much for the flowers. That like I cannot understand everything. And like when you start dealing with OBS, particularly OBS is free if you don't understand. That's the streaming software that has TikTok Studio is built on, Streamlabs is built on. It is the groundwork for all of it. It's open source and it's free. But like to save myself time, I pay a yearly fee to Streamlabs and they use OBS, overlay on top, and make things a little bit easier for people. And yeah, so like I'm not an idiot. I'm just like busy. And man, I'm not going to say this out loud. I'm scared someone from Streamlabs is going to hear this. But when I say I had a fight with people at Streamlabs, it like gave me flashbacks to when I worked in downtown San Francisco. And I was literally like, okay, it is 3 p.m. on Friday. I know none of you are working. Get back at your desk and help me. It was a nightmare, but I'm so glad we're through it. Okay. I don't know which Christmas present to give you guys first. It's starting to feel like the holidays. Now that my family's in town, I have that like fear that that I'm going to if you don't see me tomorrow, something horrible happened tonight at my nephew's like second birthday party. And that's why like we all got in a giant fight and they disappeared me. Like that's my version of the holidays. I could feel the like anxiety and stress and like CPTSD building up, the complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Like my body is like getting ready for a fight. Like I can feel it. It's like it's terrifying. And it already started on Friday too. After I fought with the Streamlabs people, I got in a fight with my father on Friday, which was scary. So it's already like, it started too early. If it starts before Thanksgiving, by Christmas, someone's not going to be alive. So God help us all through this. But I have several Christmas presents for you today. This is the first one, which you know how we always do. I just can't. I could not make this up if I tried. This literally happened like 10 seconds ago. And I was just like, you can't write how incompetent Donald Trump and the Republic. Like, I could not. I could joke about this. But for this to literally happen, and this is live on CNN. Like, you know how Trump's always like, here comes the healthcare plan, 2 weeks. And since 2015, when he started running for president, it has been 2 weeks. It literally happened live just now. CNN's like, Merry Christmas, here comes the healthcare plan. And then literally in the woman's ear, it's like, wait a minute, I have some news. It's going to be 2 weeks. Like, there's no... It's not even a joke anymore. This is why Jimmy Kimmel has so much material. It's not a joke. He's just like, hey, this is real life. Like, Trump is like, why is everyone making fun of me? I don't know. Because this is the operation you're running.
We're learning.
Hold on. I want to make sure this is muted because we get the best sound.
We're learning President Trump is planning to unveil a new health care proposal. And at this point, we're still waiting to know exactly what's in it. But we're told it could include a temporary extension of the Enhanced Affordable Care Act subsidies, which are due to expire at the end of the year. They were at the center of the government shutdown. However, the subsidies could come with some fresh guardrails that could include new income limits and a requirement that everyone pay some form of a premium. Now, we should note that if the subsidies do expire, millions of Americans are expected to see their premiums more than double next year. Zach Cooper is joining us now. He's a professor of health policy at Yale University. Zach, thanks for being here. As I noted, we are very much still waiting for specifics here.
Importantly, we might need to register in the professor from Yale University's class on healthcare policy. I will be looking if that is a class you can audit and just stare at this man. Like, what? You're teaching a class on what and where? Okay. I see you. just pointed that out. I was like, okay, this is better professors than the ones I had that were trying to sexually harass me the entire time I was in college. If only Zach was my professor, maybe I would be less offended.
Here. I'm sorry, this has actually been, sorry, Zach, we're getting breaking news while I'm talking to you. I have learned that the White House has postponed its expected unveiling of this new health care proposal. It was expected to be unveiled today. We'll learn more, hopefully, about that in the coming moments. But again, this is postponed.
2 weeks. It's coming into, you guys, literally live on air just now. This woman's like, here comes the healthcare proposal. They're like, wait a minute. That's 2 weeks. We've got still 2 weeks. 2 weeks since 2015. Again, that will be 2 weeks. Like, can we just again watch that again and let's focus on Zach's face because it's hilarious. He's like holding in someone in the comments. Sorry, I didn't see who wrote it. Oh, Andy. Of course, it was you, Andy. Watch this guy's face. Who's like, I'm trying to like talk about my my area of interest and expertise, and his face is, you could just see in his head. He's thinking 2 weeks. Like. I mean, Andy remembers, she was there when I was working for free because I'm not taking money from any political party. I've already determined that is the beginning of the end. But when I was helping in Arizona in the swing state for Kamala Harris's campaign, and Tim Walz was showing up in Arizona, right? And to speak before Kamala Harris demolished Donald Trump in that debate. And literally the entire time, that whole crowd, I was sitting behind me was the very young and very attractive mayor of Tempe. That is a rising star in the Democratic Party for sure. And all of us were just hysterically laughing because Trump said 2 weeks during that debate over and over because she asked him about healthcare, and we're still here. It literally now live on air. This woman's like, it's happening. Happy holidays. You might be able to afford to go to the doctor before you unalive. And then it's like, wait, I'm sorry. That's 2 weeks.
We're learning President Trump is planning to unveil a new health care proposal. And at this point, we're still waiting to know exactly what's in it. But we're told it could include a temporary extension of the Enhanced Affordable Care Act subsidies, which are due to expire at the end of the year. They were at the center of the government shutdown. However, the subsidies could come with some fresh guardrails that could include new income limits and a requirement that everyone pay some form of a premium. Now, we should note that if the subsidies do expire, millions of Americans are expected to see their premiums more than double next year. Zach Cooper is joining us now. He's a professor of health policy at Yale University. Zach, thanks for being here. As I noted, we are very much still waiting for specifics here. I'm sorry, this has actually been, sorry, Zach, we're getting breaking news while I'm talking to you. I have learned that the White House has postponed its expected unveiling of this new health care proposal. It was expected to be unveiled today. We'll learn more, hopefully, about that in the coming moments. But again, this is postponed, but we can talk about the ideas here. We're learning President Trump
yes, I could talk about, what you possibly might inform us of in 2 weeks, and those 2 weeks Zach will be 85 and no longer looking as good as he does now before the 2 weeks is up. It is the most fascinating thing. I know, his face is like, you can't make up the incompetence. And this is actually a good point, and because I don't speak to anyone out loud, and I mean that everyone on TikTok, Felice interrupts everyone, never stops talking. I sit in silence 18 hours a day before I show up here. So that's why I have a lot on my mind. And when I hear myself talking out loud, it helps me develop better lines of logic. It's this is the theme right now in the Republican Party, right? What the executive branch or what the comms people like Caroline Leavitt and Stephen Chung in the comms department in the executive branch know. Nobody in the military knows. Nobody in Congress is this is what we had, this huge explosion where Marco Rubio says one thing to Congress. And I was reading this very interesting take about how you now have to deal with warring factions inside the government, and then also warring factions inside of the Republican Party as, let's say, you're Zelensky trying to negotiate the end of a war. It's impossible because there are all these information silos or disinformation silos. No one's talking to anyone. It's an absolute shit show. So I just thought, like, this happening live on air when CNN again is trying to fluff Trump and be like, happy holidays, like, maybe all your loved ones aren't going to unalive and you might be afford to pay for their medicine. And then they're like, that's 2 weeks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. 2 weeks. Your loved ones still may unalive before you can afford to help them. Now, this is my real Christmas present. It's only 8 seconds long, but I thought this is hilarious. I don't know how he pronounces his account name. I've just always said it Acyn. The guy that clips for Midas Touch on X. Like, it's ACYN. Anyways, I just, like, once you get to know people who are editors and their sense of humor, like, my favorite part about Melania in the White House, take one, was her despising Christmas. Like, this, I don't need to, I'm not decorating for Christmas and pretending I care about this. You know what I mean? Like, she was like, this sucks. Wait, do you follow Econ with Sarah on TikTok? Sorry, this audio sounds fine to me. I'm not sure. I was not reading the comments. I am listening to the audio of myself in my ears. And I'm in TikTok Studio, so if something is wrong with the audio, like, they will, like, a red bar appears and they'll be like, stop talking, like, no one can hear you. So if something's wrong with your audio, I always will suggest, like, just swipe to the next live, swipe back up, because it could be regional with different servers or different things, like, but right now I'm not hearing it. But if there's a large problem with audio I can recognize, I just will stop talking. Okay, yeah, that's all I'm saying. Yeah, I'll just stop talking, because there's no point in me talking if nobody can hear. And TikTok Studio, like, they literally have a red bar up here and they're like, shut up, no one can hear. So if that happens, I will tell you. If not, it might just be something either with your device or locally in that area. Like God, Arizona's now underwater. Like, because climate crisis does not exist, as the Republicans continue to say. But there has been no snow in Denver. Like, even at the ski resorts, they're going to have to, like, make snow. And now Arizona has, like, people don't know this. Like, who was it? Oh, my one of our amazing listeners, Mark from Boston, was telling me, he's like, he's like, is it snowing in Arizona? I'm like, yeah, if you drive 2 hours north up Interstate 17 from Phoenix, you get to the end of the Rockies, where Humphreys Peak is, which is very high in the air. A place called Flagstaff, where there is the first ski resort at the southern tip of the Rockies. Yeah, there's also skiing in Tucson. Tucson is cold, way colder than Phoenix as well. So yeah, I don't think people necessarily understand that, but I do find it extremely ironic that there is no snow in, like, Aspen, Park City, Utah. And then Arizona, people are like, I guess I have to go to the end of the Rockies to ski. Snowball is the best if you're an avid skier like me. Don't knock Snowball and Humphreys Peak. I fell off the lift, literally. I almost died at Snowball. You never know. I fell into, like, 10 feet of powder and got trapped. They had to, like, dig me out. That was the first time I almost died skiing. That was an idiot, like a child falling off the lift into 12 feet of powder thing. And then I went to the Grand Tetons when I really was a skier. And that's when I stopped putting beer in my hydration pack. Like, I was a Division I athlete going up to the top of Targhee. If you've ever been to the Grand Tetons, which is like borders Idaho, Wyoming, it's a vicious, vicious place when there's a complete whiteout and avalanche is happening. And like halfway up, I was just like, something feels wrong. Like the lift was shaking. and all of a sudden you just see flares. Like, I was like, is there a fireworks show? It was like noon. And we realized, like, they're lighting flares because there's a complete whiteout and there's an avalanche. That was the closest to a near, I mean, other than, like, being abused, that was the closest to near death I've ever come. Like, I just got off the lift. I hear the guy I was with, one of my roommates who played football, being like, he was a snowboarder, I was a skier, and he was like, come this way. And I just fell off the side of a mountain. 8 hours later, saw a ski patrol, like, holding a flare, and I was like, I'm alive. I have no idea what just happened. Like, yeah. Anyways, I don't know why I'm talking about that. Let's move on. So many good things, but one of my favorite parts of Christmas is Melania despising her roles as First Lady, which is to walk around and pretend to care about decorating the White House. So when Asen posted this morning, I was like, oh, it's Christmas again. Melania's standing in front of a sled outside the White House, absolutely hating her life. Like, now I can smile regardless of what happens to me the rest of this Christmas season. I know Melania still wants to unalive while decorating the White House. Look this up, like, C-SPAN has longer coverage of this, and she's like, Merry Christmas, like, get me out of here. Oh, it's just like, you know, she's just like, I'm renegotiating the prenup right after this. Like, this is gonna cost Trump another couple million just for the fact I have to stand here looking like an idiot. Okay, anyways, I have so many interesting, fun things to talk about. Well, not so fun, but terrifying and weird. But let me just hold on. I'm gonna pull up my outline so I can make sure I had an order in mind, but then everything got okay. Yeah, I'm gonna show this one next because I love. So the G20 is coming up, right? This huge summit where the top 20 countries or whatever in the world meet to discuss the state of everything and like what's going to happen next. And I am obsessed with Jeffrey Sachs. If you don't know who he is, he's a very famous economist. And I wouldn't even call him a Trump adversary. He's just like an honest person. So he's at times said like, I don't know, not so nice. Wait, where's my clip of him? This is one of my best Christmas, or it's not Christmas, but you know what I'm saying, holiday presents for everyone. Hold on. I'm going to make sure. I need to just look where it is in my regular stack of clips. I just recorded it. I know it exists. There's just so many. Where are you? Don't ruin our Christmas. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm just going to play it from the general stack because I don't think I added it to the presentation. So again, you should look up Jeffrey Sachs. This man is part of the way, like I feed some of his research papers and economic stuff into my chatbot, my economics teacher that has helped me become more adept at economics and understand, make sense of it and how I explain it to you guys. And like my chatbot, DeepSeek loves Jeffrey Sachs. So Jeffrey Sachs, thank you. Oh, there's you, Sully. Did someone tell you? I was talking about you, saying that you didn't know it snowed in Phoenix. I was just talking about you. Thanks for the glasses. Okay, I'm going to update the gift goals and stuff in a second. But so this is my next holiday present. This is Jeffrey Sachs already at the G20 just being like, Donald Trump's refusing to show up. And here's my thoughts on why. And if you don't know who Jeffrey Sachs is and you're looking like, hey, I don't love economics, it sucks. And I also don't understand it. It's quite intimidating. This would be another good guy to follow. But the first follow, if you're also not following, Justin Wolfers, it's Wolfers. He's like a paid political pundit on like pretty much every major news station, but he's actually an amazing economics teacher. He teaches, I think, at, Michigan people are going to hate me if I get it wrong. I think it's the University of Michigan, and if it's Michigan State, I think a bunch of people want to unalive me, but I'm pretty sure it's the University of Michigan. So, and he makes things super simple. But again, this is Jeffrey Sachs, Sachs. Oh, wait, wrong way. Talking about Trump not showing up at the G20.
Why isn't Donald Trump coming tomorrow? Because he has a 4-year-old mentality, and he's having a tantrum. He's having a tantrum. What is the tantrum? That the rest of the world says, we don't want a king. As President Lula said, we don't need an emperor. He would come here as just one of 20 leaders, or 21. He doesn't want that. He's having a tantrum. So this rebalance.
Actually, I'm going to try to zoom in. Let's start that over. It is so funny. Thank you, Tootle, for reminding me, because I was thinking that the first 2 times I watched this. The person signing this for the deaf is hilarious. Like, it's even funnier than, but if you knew Jeffrey Sachs and how intelligent this man is, and then for him just to be like, we have a toddler having a tantrum, it's hilarious. But also watching someone explain that in sign language, in American Sign, is hilarious as well.
Why isn't Donald Trump coming tomorrow? Because he has a 4-year-old mentality, and he's having a tantrum. He's having a tantrum. What is the tantrum?
Should be the universal sign for Trump. That is literally, this is what it, now we know how the deaf identify when they're talking about Trump. It's just, like, I could watch all day.
That the rest of the world says, we don't want a king. As President Lula said, we don't need an emperor. He would come here as just one of 20 leaders, or 21. He doesn't want that. He's having a tantrum. So this rebalancing is happening. He's having a particular.
Who said that? That's such a good. Yes, Heather. It is that Trump's dance is actually the American Sign Language form of communicating a tantrum. God, it's making so much sense. He doesn't even understand he's communicating. But he is. Like, oh my, it literally is. Trump's version of a dance is the ASL form of tantrum. I'll never, oh my God. It's so true. Thank you, Heather, for, look at us making connections.
So this rebalancing is happening. He's having a particular tantrum, by the way, because the United States is in a deeply neurotic funk. You know what the cause of that neurosis is? China. A wonderful, brilliant.
I can't record, like, the people that work in Trump's cabinet who are allegedly supposed to be, like, telling us the updates on the economy anymore. I cannot. Like, Brooke Rollins, Kevin Hassett, Scott Bessent. I can't. Scott Bessent, I knew him when he worked for George Soros and respected him. Like, you are now a weird clown. You should actually have a clown. Oh, my wings. Thank you for the wings. You should have a clown nose on whenever you talk to the press, because you are literally about to fall on your face and embarrass yourself. Like, he's just praying to God. Like, all Scott Bessent is holding on to is like, wait, who is it that, like, hit Scott Bessent again? Who hit Scott? But was it Nutlick that hit? Who pushed or hit Scott Bessent? Who is that? Remember, I mean, he got in a physical. Oh yeah, it was Elon Musk. He, like, think about how crazy the Republicans are. Like, the chief economist, who, and he cannot stand his job. He's just hanging on because he's hoping to be the next chair of the Fed. That's what he wants. And he's like, okay. The other day I heard Scott Bessent, literally, I'm like, how can you put your red clown nose on, clown, because you're insane. Like, it was either Friday or Thursday. I hear Scott Bassett standing with a straight face and saying, they're like, oh, do you want to be the next Fed chair? And he's literally like, Trump would make an amazing Fed chair. I mean, he's an amazing economist. I'm just like, sir, like, he is just anything I need to say to get off this train. But like, you're already a fool. Like, you were a respected person. Jeffrey Sachs had respect for you. Like, none of these people are ever going to he needs to wear a clown nose for the rest of his life.
Brilliant civilization.
Gonna back up a little to not miss.
Wonderful, brilliant civilization. 4,000 years old plus. It's been a unified state with brilliant statecraft for more than 2,000 years.
By the way, like, Jeffrey Sachs is so intelligent. Like, there's other clips of him if you're interested into starting to like really understand how Trump can't count or figure out what's going on with the economy or has no idea how inflation works and that it's a comprehensive thing. Like, there's 10 to 12 different things any given time affecting inflation or more, and it's not like, all we need to do is drill, baby, drill. Like, all you have to do is look at Biden's administration to know that's not true. That when we are drilling more than we ever have, which was happening under Biden, we were exporting more liquid natural gas than ever before under Biden. And did that lower inflation, or were there, I don't know, 10 to 12 other factors still affecting inflation? Don't tell Trump. He has no idea. Like, bless his heart. He's like I love when he's like, let's just re-listen to the first 10 seconds again. I love Jeffrey Sachs. You can be intelligent, but also, like, I feel like if you're smart enough to understand how effed we are right now, like, the only way to survive now is the darkest sarcasm of all time. Like if dark sarcasm is the way I made it through my childhood, and like, that's where we're at. Just be darkly sarcastic. And Mag is like, are you kidding? Like, oh God.
Why isn't Donald Trump coming tomorrow? Because he has a 4-year-old mentality, and he's having a tantrum.
The president of the United States is not showing up to the G20 summit because he's having a tantrum, because people are doing the unspeakable crime around the world of reporting accurately about him. He can't blackmail, threaten, and control the world press and the algorithms of like that push those articles out like he can in America. And if you don't understand what I'm saying, NordVPN is having a huge sale right now. I just renewed mine for like, I mean, you guys know I love it to make sure I get things at a very cheap price. Like, I think it's like 2 years and like 3 months, literally. Yeah, it's like 27 months for like $80 something. So it's like it comes to $290 or something a month. It's a good deal. If you never needed a VPN, I tell you now is the time, because we're not getting the same news articles here that are in other places. And people are confused what I mean by that. I mean, the same article that we read, if you set your VPN and say, I'm in Australia, there will be different words. I'm not saying that is happening with every article, but it is definitely happening. Dr. Danny is the first one that started showing me, like, because she is outside the country, you know, half the month on minimums being paid to talk, like, you know, by real professionals. So she was the first one to be like, this is alarming. Like, have you seen this? And I'm like, well, I have a VPN, but I mean, I haven't seen these examples. And like, this used to be what we talked about in America. Like, oh, the poor people in Russia, like, they can't get the same news as us. That's now us. So I 10 of 10 recommend a VPN. And you can find different just trust me, leave the country digitally. Like, if you can't afford, we can't afford to leave the country physically anymore because we're all going bankrupt. So leave the country online. It's fun. Give it a try. Love Dr. Danny. I know. We need to get her back. She has been very, very busy. Very busy. And I was having a 2-month nervous breakdown. And she has a real job. And then, like, she was like, I can't accept more free therapy from her. I feel like it's not fair to her. You know what I mean? Like, she is too nice. I was like, this is wrong. I'm like, I don't know. I love her. And yeah, thank you for reminding me, Seabass. I'm going to reach out to her today and see when we can get her back to fix us all again and let us know what's going on. Because she is still, to this day, the most intelligent, interesting human being I've ever met. See? Look, all of that because of Jay. I never would know Dr. Danny if I'd never met RTP. So there you go. Like, strange bedfellows. Okay, hold on. Let me just choose where we're going next, because there's so many wait, what is it? Oh, yes. Okay. I love these moments. I don't want you to get your hopes up too much because this is not the best news, but I do always love to, like, deflate the GOP sales. I mean, this was coming. Like, you know, I've been talking to you guys because I've been reading the uploads of the day-to-day court documents in the James Comey case. And, like, that judge was like, I have never seen someone more unqualified or more incompetent or someone operating in a more illegal way than you, Lindsay Halligan, who has never tried a criminal case and is in front of me pretending to be a lawyer. Like, that judge was like, oh, hell no. Like, you, like, dismissed a court reporter and, like, manipulated a jury, and I mean, yeah, she was out of control. This is similar to what has happened to Alina Habba. Like, they're like, are you okay? Get the F out of here. But I just find it funny because you just know Trump is seething.
In a minute, but we actually got some more breaking news. So this time, and this is big, we have learned that the Justice Department's case against former FBI Director Jim Comey and the New York Attorney General have both been dismissed. CNN's Caitlin.
That's both 2-page indictments that made no sense, and I never did get all the discovery about because I still am not clear on how the charge of lying to Congress had anything to do with just giving us, like, 48 pages of emails between a Columbia law professor and James Comey, who very clearly, like, they're friends, you know. It's not like, or no, like, professional colleagues, you know, like, talking about things. It'd be like if, like, Tootle and I were texting this morning, you know, I love him because his brain is just, like, exquisite. So it's like, oh, you know, when I bounce ideas off someone and then they're unbelievably intelligent, so they're like, well, and this is how I saw this, and it just makes you think more. That's how I would describe. It's like James Comey is talking to another, like, James Comey is a law professor, or I mean a lawyer, talking to a law professor at Columbia University who I don't know, it sounds like they have a long history. Like, I don't know if they went to law school together, but, you know, they're just having this, like, very, you know, intelligent back and forth about things. Like, I think that's, yeah, I never, ever, still to this day, ever got an answer from Lindsay, I'm not a lawyer, Halligan, of how that relates to lying to Congress. But, I mean, I told you guys, and just to jog your memory, the reason the charge was lying to Congress was because the original on the 2-page indictment that said nothing about anything. You know, normal federal government indictments are like slam dunk. It's like, here are screenshots of text messages in color, and here is a, you know, like, screenshots of this person committing the crime. We have the whole video. Like, it's just like, you read a federal indictment and it's like, this is a foregone conclusion. This person is guilty and they can decide what to do now. And that's why it's so crazy. Say, I'm never letting it go, so I'm bringing it up now. Mayor Eric Adams, that people still are like, well, he says he's innocent. If you say that Eric Adams is innocent, I will say to you that you cannot read. Because read the indictment. It is not like, hey, maybe Eric was up to something. It is like crimes over the wires. Here's the emails. Here's the text message. Here's like the checks. Here's the financial transactions that show that he stole millions of dollars from New York City taxpayers, was committing a illegal straw man campaign and soliciting funds for his campaign outside of the U.S., particularly the country of Turkey. And there's a second country I can't remember. And then giving out favors, horrific favors. One in particular is, Erdogan, the scary monster running Turkey, who has been like sanctioned by the International Criminal Court and Human Rights Organization, like over and over and over for crimes against humanity. Like, he had this like huge building that was not up to any New York City codes. It's like a fire hazard. And then in exchange for all the weird money that came out of Turkey for Eric Adams, that he used a donor match with. So he used a illegal straw man campaign. Like, let's say it this way. There's like two very rich Turkish businessmen. They are funneling money and saying, they owned huge construction companies in New York City. And they're saying like, I'm going to hold a campaign event for you. And everyone's going to give you the max limit, which sorry, it's been a while. I think in New York, it might be $2,000 a person that they can donate. So all this money is coming from just 2 or 3 people outside of the country. And I'm telling you, like, I always bring up the Eric Adams indictment because the Trump indictments are a crime novel, but so is the Eric Adams indictment. It's like a crime novel that goes across like country to country. Like, this one day will be a movie. I promise you. You have to read it. It is insane what Eric Adams was up to. Like, I can't. Yeah, when it becomes a movie, I'm going to be like, I told everyone to just read it. It's fascinating. And so anyways, they would then be like, okay, here are our American citizen Turkish people working at this construction company. So we have this huge sum of money that's illegal for us to donate to your campaign, but we're going to give checks to each of these people that are technically New York City, living in New York City, that work for us, and they're going to hand them to you. That's what straw men are. People, it's not their money, but they just, some rich person hands them the check and say it's from you, so it's legal. And then the real effed up part of Eric Adams' crimes was the donor match system. Like, you could get a certain amount of money matched. So he took all of this money coming from outside the country or from illegal straw campaigns, and then went to the city of New York and is like, and this is the messed up part about it, like, and why I will never let it go. New York City has this great idea, even before Momdami, which we're going to get to Momdami, snake charming Trump. I will now refer to Momdami forever as the snake charmer, because Trump is a snake, and I have never seen someone walk into that White House on Friday and leave. Trump is literally like convicting himself to defend Momdami on Friday. That was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. But even before that, New York City had a very good program called Donor Match, because if you're in New York City and you're not going to solicit money from billionaires, you're like, I don't want to be beholden to billionaires. I don't want to be bribed by them. I don't want to owe them everything. Then there's this amazing Donor Match program, which is like, however much money you collect from individual New York citizens, we'll match it. So that's really where I say he stole from New Yorkers. It's like all that money that came from the Turkish straw man donor campaign, which ended up, it was millions and millions. New York City matched it. So, and then doubled his money. It's very messed up. And one day when it's a movie, and then just to finish with the bribes, Erdogan, in exchange for all this, because all these people are approaching Eric Adams and being like, here's first class on Turkish, whatever their airline's name is, which is the largest owner of that is the Turkish government. So they start telling him, like, this isn't from me. This is from Erdogan. This is from the Turkish government. And what they ended up wanting in true, creepy mob boss fashion was, hey, we built this huge building, the new Turkish embassy, and like we have a party plan to open it, and it is a walking firehouse. Like it's going to go up in flames. We did not correctly wire it. And a bunch of people will probably die, and the whole block is going to burn down. And you need to force, the appropriate fire chiefs to just approve it. Like, and that was one of the big things, but there were smaller things. But I mean, it isn't that story. When it's a movie, I'll be like, I told you guys to read the indictment. So anyways, the Comey indictment made 0 sense. There was no information. And the charge of lying to Congress was because of what? It was the same thing. And it's very ironic to me. Trump was so mad about the Stormy Daniels case because he was up against, well, technically, oh my God, what's his name? Alvin Bragg. But Alvin Bragg, if you don't know, used to work at the New York Attorney General's office for Letitia James. Letitia James is now 3-0 against Trump, right? She is the one that went after him for Trump University. And I believe when she did that, Alvin Bragg was still working for her. It's like he learned from Letitia James how to go after Trump. And the thing that Trump was most mad about the Stormy Daniels case was because the the statute of limitations was up, but because I'm trying to remember, but the way he was still tried in New York was because he changed his state of residence in, 2020, and that freezes the statute of limitations. He left because he was going to be prosecuted for more. He couldn't run charities in New York, remember? And that's when he's like, I'm moving to Florida where nobody will hold me accountable for anything. They let Jeffrey Epstein traffic children there. So that's where I'm going. And that paused the statute of limitations. And the reason he had to get a fake lawyer named Lindsay Halligan, who's just another pretty blonde that Trump was probably lurking around to pretend to be a lawyer. I mean, she went to law school. She'd never have tried a case. If you're going to be, DOJ attorney, you have to be confirmed by the Senate. She never was. Like, they are like, who is this person? And there was literally, I think, less than a month before not just the original statute of limitations was up. That is why the charge was lying to Congress, because what they were trying to cling to was it was almost over. There was less than a month, but the last time Comey was in front of Congress, they were like, do you stand by everything you said? I watched the whole hearing. I have no idea how that relates to the whatever emails from that Columbia law professor. And that's what the judge was saying. What the hell does this have to do with anything? So they were trying to say, well, he lied to Congress within the statute of limitations. But I still have no idea how that was tied together.
So this time, and this is big, we have learned that the Justice Department's case against former FBI Director Jim Comey and the New York Attorney General have both been dismissed. CNN's Caitlin Polance is covering this. Caitlin, okay, what happened here? I don't know which case you want to take first.
Well, they both are being dismissed, and for essentially the same reason that Lindsay Halligan, the Eastern District of Virginia interim U.S. attorney sent there by Donald Trump, not Senate confirmed, that she doesn't have the power. What the judge here has found, this is Judge Cameron Curry from South Carolina. She came into the district, heard arguments from both of the lawyers on these cases against Lindsay Halligan's role. They argued that she didn't have the power because she wasn't Senate confirmed, and thus these indictments are invalid. The judge is agreeing with that. Judge Curry is saying that the Attorney General's attempt to install Ms. Halligan as interim U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia was invalid, and because Ms. Halligan had no lawful authority to present the indictment, James Comey's motion is granted, the indictment is dismissed. Now, the judge does mention that this is without prejudice. So in legal speak, that means that it could be brought back.
That's what you need to know. This is not going to be the end. Like when it says it was dismissed without prejudice, what that means is it, like, if they can find a real lawyer. The problem is that like two technical actual DOJ lawyers in DC quit. Literally said, I'm resigning now because there is no case against James Comey, and like I'm beholden to the ethics of the bar, and if I charged James Comey with a crime, I myself would then be breaking like my own ethics, the code of ethics. And so that's why Trump had to bring in weirdo Lindsay Halligan, because Alina Habba, he'd already done this in New Jersey. We have a congressperson facing like 17 years in prison for doing exactly what she's legally allowed to do, which is conducting instantaneous or sudden over at any moment after the whole, children in cages, family separation thing of Trump's first term. The Supreme Court ruled that any congressperson can do spot oversight just in their district of any ICE facility. No warning necessary. You just kind of knock on the door and be like, I need to check what's going on in here. She tried to do that. And the former Lindsay Halligan, Alina Habba, who I don't know which one's worse. I read the court documents on Lindsay Halligan. Like, remember, Alina Habba tried Trump's second E. Jean Carroll appeal, and poor Judge Kaplan was like, what the is going on? He was just like, I don't know what to do. Like, I'm the judge. Like, if I have to teach you how to try a case or how to submit evidence, like, that's, not me being impartial. Like, you're a clueless weirdo. So I don't know actually who is worse, Alina Habba or Lindsay Halligan, but I think actually probably Lindsay Halligan, because Lindsay Halligan impaneled a grand jury, which apparently it is unheard of. She has never tried a criminal case, has not been confirmed by the Senate. It's like if a stranger who had been to law school, like, walked in off the street and was like, I'm going to now impanel a grand jury, and no matter what happens, they're not leaving here until the former director of the FBI is indicted for something. And I'm saying that because she impaneled this grand jury, had a court reporter there, and had two different charges, and kept them there for hours and hours, and they were like, no indictment, not guilty. And then she gets rid of the court reporter, the people that are taking, like, writing down every word that's said, is completely alone, which, by the way, apparently, if someone has never impaneled a grand jury, you have to have usually it is very normal to have another lawyer there to oversee the process. She gets rid of the court reporter, says God knows what, and then they're like, I guess he lied to Congress, and no one still knows, like, what she did or to make that happen. So she actually probably is worse than Alina Habba, but Alina Habba is more awful and bigoted and annoying and creepy. But Lindsay Halligan's probably more, like, negligent and horrible, and probably, like, she might lose her law. Like, it seemed the judge is like, you might never practice law again.
Another prosecutor in the Eastern District of Virginia if they took it through the grand jury again. But everything Lindsay Halligan did at the end of September, beginning of October, and since then, this judge is saying she couldn't have done that. She didn't have the authority. She was not confirmed by Congress, by the U.S. Senate as the Eastern District of Virginia's U.S. attorney, and thus the president went out of his bounds, and the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, also overstepped her bounds in sending Lindsay Halligan into this district to get these indictments against both Comey and James.
Just in a minute, but
I read this whole piece about how actually, like, this case against James Comey, what they're, just how ridiculous, the unlawful, like, targeting and, like, the DOJ just going after, like, Kash Patel's weird list of enemies for Trump is actually less concerning than wait, hold on. Oh my God, I almost said Liz Cheney. Not Liz Cheney. Oh my God, what is James Comey's daughter's name that's suing? Is her name Liz too? James Comey's daughter has a huge lawsuit. It's kind of similar. It's like Dick Cheney, and it kind of reminds me of the same thing. Maureen Comey. Thank you. See, I don't have to remember things. Look, like 10 people correct me. I don't have to remember people's names. Maureen Comey has a lawsuit. She was like the lead lawyer on so many important cases, like the Epstein, like the federal Epstein case, so many things, and literally was fired without cause. And the downside of this is, who gets to pay out all these lawsuits? Is Trump going to take from his now $3 billion fortune that he has grifted since being in the White House? Oh, no, we do. We have to pay for every dumb thing Trump does. But she has such a strong lawsuit. And then I'll get into this later. We have different things to talk about today. But now, I mean, I'm trying to remember the exact number. There are like hundreds of people wrongfully fired at the DOJ who are now all together in a separate lawsuit coming after them. And one of the things that's being brought that I'm like, well, at least it's included in there is, remember when I was going off about why is Stacey Plaskett acting like she's being crucified when she's actively been going to a convicted child trafficker and soliciting money from him, like, which is super strange. And then I was talking about how it very much upset me that the exchange to not censure Stacey Plaskett, which I do want to say thank you to Jamie Raskin. He actually explained a little more to me today. Well, not directly to me, but in an interview that helped me understand. Because, like, either way, it is so icky what Stacey Plaskett has done, and I explained it to you in no uncertain details, and after reading many different articles and different pieces of information. It's all icky. I never have alleged it is illegal. It is not. And it actually does not technically violate any rules in Congress. I'm just saying, if I could have a list of everyone who was actively, after the 2008 conviction where Epstein's like, yes, I'm trafficking and effing kids, who was like texting with Epstein and actively being like, hey, can you give me some money? And like, I'm going to show up at your townhouse and collect a $30,000 check from you and all this. Yeah, I will. It will be icky. The only reason I had to tell that story about Plaskett is because if I heard that same story and then it was attached to a Republican, I would do the same thing. It's weird. Like, and don't sit on the moral high ground and then be like, why are people coming after me for fundraising from a child trafficker whose last haven where he can traffic tiny little children is the third world depressed economy that you represent? Like, that's my problem, is because, like, my family is, indigenous Mexican. Like, it's so hard when you have nothing to protect children, right? Like, that's part of the reason I believe that when I was essayed as a child, it was because of that. Because, like, it's not like my parents had the money to protect me. And I'm not talking about the church incident I've talked a lot about. I'm talking about inside my family. There was, there's always one creepy uncle with money, and there was many people in my family who had no resources and no means to take care of themselves, and that was exploited. And that's what Epstein was doing in the Virgin Islands, being like, hey, even people in charge here have little to nothing, and I can leverage that. And if you are any part of that, if you are taking money from him, and like I showed you guys, she was not just taking money, she was actively soliciting money from him. She was texting him, being like, what should I wear for this hearing 3 months before you're arrested federally for the same crimes you were convicted of in 2008? Then you are a part of the problem. You're creating a safe space for a very rich person to hurt children. Whether you understand that or not, trust me, I understand it. It happened to me on a smaller scale. So you don't actively be like, hey, I know you were convicted of trafficking and effing kids. Like, can you give me $30K for like the DNC? No. and it was the DCCC technically. And when they're like, hey, we don't want this money, that should have been your clue to give back all the money you had personally taken for your own campaigns. And you still didn't. Like, it's just, I go replay that in my head over and over, and I'm like, am I being too harsh? Like, am I crazy? No. It is weird. I'm sorry, it's weird. If you want to be a progressive in the Progressive Caucus and sit on the moral high ground, then I think the bare minimum is, hey, like, after someone is a convicted she had not done the whole after 2008, and I told you this, like, she was the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority General Counsel, meaning the first crime is from 2000 to 2020, he was basically giving $300 million in tax incentives in the Virgin Islands. And she was the general counsel. That is the head lawyer who decides, hey, is this weird? Like, should we give these tax breaks to a guy who is, they call his Little St. James, and he owned another island too. They call it 3PDO Island. Should we keep giving him tax breaks? And she just kept that money flowing on through him. The whole $300 million, she's not responsible for. I just want to be clear. I think there was like a 4 or 5 year period where she was general counsel, and those tax break there was a portion of the $300 million that was going through. Then goes to work at a law firm where Erica Keller-Hulls, that was Epstein's personal attorney, of which there are many emails. She's a partner in a huge law firm. And then I'm not saying, listen, you can work at the same law firm. It just happens that Erica Keller-Hulls is a partner there. She shows up there for 2 years. Then in 2014, starts taking money for Jeffrey Epstein for her first run at Congress and wins. I'm just pointing out things that happen. Again, none of this is a crime. It's just weird. And I will never look. I want to cover it up. I want to be Hakeem Jeffries and just be like, this didn't happen. It's not a big deal, but I do think it's a big deal. And I'm saying this for a reason. The reason I'm saying this is because, so Jamie Raskin, who could sit on the Supreme Court one day, did an interview this morning. And I thought, like, thank you for clarifying. Because the only thing I think I want to clarify and say, okay, I was a little bit confused about how Congress works. I've always been very confused because, especially since Trump era, like, the Republicans have spent a lot of time in control. So I've never understood, like, does someone get censured? Is there a vote to censure someone and then they get investigated by the ethics committee? Or do they can you just recommend someone be investigated? Because that's what I think needs to happen with the whole Plaskett situation. I don't think censure or whatever, I was not sure what the order was. All I'm saying is, this isn't a crime, but can someone just make sure and look into it? Because there's a large lawsuit filed by 6 Epstein survivors. And yeah, there was absolutely he was bribing every official in the Virgin Islands. And by bribe, I mean funding their political campaigns. And then some other things on the side for other people as well. But just because of that, and because of the lawsuit I read, of which she's probably the most minor part, right? But still there, I think let's just ethically investigate it. The only way Matt Gaetz is not still child trafficker, creeper, Matt Gaetz, whose child victim finally had the courage to speak to the New York Times last week and never would have. If you don't know, Matt Gaetz' father is super rich, super powerful. The FBI declined to investigate. I have no doubt, because apparently people in Congress, you've heard Republicans like to bring it up. There's even a slush fund to pay off lawsuits in Congress when people feel like they were assaulted by a Congress member. There's a large pot of our taxpayer dollars. that pays off people who get, diddled by Congress people. It's insane. The only way Matt Gaetz has ever been held accountable, the reason he had to leave Congress is because that ethics report was coming out, which it's 25 pages, another great read, which one day will probably be a movie. And now, hold on, puzzle piece. And now his child victim, who literally said, I just want some braces. He trafficked a child who wanted braces, and he gave her $400 while voting against the ACA and including dental in it. Like, you can't write these things about these people. And the only way we know that is because of the bravery. Well, the Democrats on the ethics committee, if you remember, there was this huge fight right before Trump took office about whether or not to release it. That is why Matt Gaetz left Congress. And now we have this other guy. Oh my God, please remind me of the guy I was it's Corey Mills. Is it Corey Mills, or is that a guy I went to high school with? What is the guy from Florida I was screaming about last week? It's Corey Mills. Okay. I was like, I also know another Corey Mills, so I was like, let's not disparage a guy I went to high school with. Okay, yes. Representative Corey Mills from Florida is the new Matt Gaetz. He is putting women in danger. There are police reports that are being covered up. That huge DOJ lawsuit I was just talking about, not the one being brought by Maureen Comey, but the one I was like, thank God, because Ed Martin's included in it. Before Lindsay Halligan illegally was appointed to just be a lawyer she shouldn't be, Ed Martin was interim head of the DC office, which nobody was going to. The Senate was like, no, Tom Tillis is like, okay, this man's a schmatzy white national, self-proclaimed neo-schmatzy / white nationalist who has done and said unspeakable things. The reason we can't go through the DC police system, the police took the original police report and sent it to Ed Martin when he was in charge and was like, hey, this guy almost, beat a 27-year-old child, which to me, I just feel like when I was in my 20s, I thought I was an adult, but looking back, I was not. So to me, it's just trap. Corey Mills has a wife who's not this person. And this woman, thankfully, is still with us, but was injured pretty badly. And then, as a result of him doing whatever horrific he did to that woman, and that the police department were like, indict him, and creepy Ed Martin's like, no. So that's part of the lawsuit and the investigation, because he's a weirdo. And so then this ethics report might be our only chance. And the other thing that comes out is because of the first woman who could have no longer been with us, but still is, thankfully. His other mistress, who's I don't know, in some seed league pageant circuit. She's Miss USA something, but not the normal pageants. We know, I was like, I'm sorry, what? But I don't know. She's some pageant person who sees all this and is like, I thought I was your only mistress. And then he starts making threats against her and threatens her with revenge porn, and insane other things. Then apparently he accepted campaign contributions in kind, which if you understand, bribes, illegal campaign contributions. And I don't want to say the worst, because what he did to these women is probably the worst, but actually I advise everyone to look up the story of Corey Mills and the Bronze Star. This man, because I didn't understand it's an application process you apply for. He made up a complete fake story, and it's insane because he names 4 people who are all alive and he saved their lives. And then journalists go to them and are like, oh, this is so dramatic. Let me talk to you about Representative Corey Mills saving your life. And they are like, who? What? None of this is true. This man needs to be investigated. And that's why I was so mad about, what Stacey Plaskett did is super icky. But the way she was never censured is because the agreement was drop the vote, or 3 Republicans join with Democrats to make this go away, to table the censure vote on Stacey Plaskett, and we'll leave Corey Mills alone. Which, okay, we're going to just have this guy floating around, and might not survive the next time he goes on a bender. I don't think that's appropriate. Like, this is our problem. This was our problem with Epstein. But again, that's why I'm so glad I got to, this is one of the things I was late, because I saw Jamie Raskin, thank God, our genius constitutional lawyer, did an interview this morning, and it really helped me understand like a couple things, and I feel a lot better about, I don't know if a lot better is the word. I don't feel a lot better, but wait, hold on. I want to make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I just don't know where the beginning thing is. Okay. I'm just going to start playing it because I don't have my cover page I normally have. So this interview just happened, and this woman, it starts kind of immediately, I don't know, just the way Aaron Rupar clipped it. So she's talking to him okay, so you don't think it's, basically what I was just talking to you guys about, this woman's, after he's already a convicted child sex trafficker, hitting him up and asking him for money or whatever. You don't think that's weird? And I actually love, because when Hakeem Jeffries talks, he's just no, shut up. What you see and all the research you've done, just shut up and forget about it. It's the same way he is about the Palestinian genocide. I can't stand that. But I feel like Raskin explained things and the rules of Congress in a way I was okay.
But are Democrats losing the moral high ground on the Epstein issue by defending her as you have?
Well, look, we've been demanding a complete release of the file, and now they wanted to discipline her, censure her, because she'd engage in that text exchange with a convicted criminal. Of course, our Republican colleagues engage in text exchanges all the time with Donald Trump, who has 34 felony criminal offenses to his name. So I don't know exactly what she's being charged with there. My point was simply she had not violated the Constitution, she had not violated federal law, and she had not violated, to my knowledge, any rule of the House of Representatives.
But are Democrats losing the moral...
I agree with everything he said. That's true. I just was never clear on, and have never been, because the Republicans don't do anything properly. How do you get an ethics investigation started? Do you censure someone and then there's an ethics investigation? Or is the censure the punishment after? That's what I never got. And you can be, I just want to be clear, you can be censured and nothing happens. It can just be a rebuke that was voted on that goes on the record. Or you can be, I think in the case of Stacey Plaskett, it's not like she was going to be put in jail or taken out of Congress. She was going to be off the Intel committee, I think, which that is a big deal. So I actually agree with what Jamie Raskin said and what he's going to say now, which is she never had a trial, because that's what I was never clear about. The only thing I really ever have wanted is, hey, ethically, there's a lot of gray area in the campaign finance. If you read the Business Insider article I showed you, the same passion I have when I read that Eric Adams indictment about the possible straw man thing, that $30,000 donation that she showed up to Epstein's townhouse in September 2018 to collect for her DCCC fund, 250K fundraising goal, that, when you read the email exchange and how that check came, it's Crew, who's one of my favorite, I always talk about it, Norm Eason started Crew. Noah Bookbinder works there. They're the people that used the FOIA requests to figure out that Pam Bondi had taken that quote-unquote bribe campaign contribution in kind, that's an example of one, to drop the state, she was the AG of Florida, and a bunch of states were joining in on the Trump University scam civil lawsuit, and he dropped a check to her and showed up. It was Cruz, it's Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington or something like that. I love them. Norm Eason is the guy that Trump took his security clearance away because he hates him so much for constantly exposing him. So in that Business Insider article, there's a Crew employee, a lawyer that works for Crew, looking at all this financial information that the journalist had comprised and the donation she had solicited. And he's like, listen, this is not enough for me to know either way. But as Crew's goal is to like make sure people are behaving ethically in Washington, this could, to me, I would look into this more to ensure this isn't a straw donor situation. Because in the emails, Jeffrey Epstein's like, what's the max? And then like, okay, like, here's some people that work for me that, it's like he lists 4 people that are not, and, we could all donate, That's exactly what was happening with Eric Adams. I'm not saying it happened, but why don't we do an ethics investigation and just make sure it didn't? Because then I can sleep at night. Because if it is happening, on top of him already being a convicted child trafficker, like, it's gross. And that is written in the article. So let's just check. And I never knew. Do you have to censure someone and then they get investigated, like, by the ethics committee? Or how does it work? Apparently, it's the opposite. You don't have to. But again, not censuring her to let a guy who's allegedly beating up women and doing other horrific things get out of accountability is not the answer either.
High ground on the Epstein issue by defending her as you have.
Well, look, we've been demanding a complete release of the file, and now they wanted to discipline her, censure her, because she'd engaged in that text exchange with a convicted criminal. Of course, our Republican colleagues
know that none of the things I have brought up, like my investigation and the none of that is part of what is written in the censure, because it is my belief the reason it is not is because Republicans have accepted way more money and solicited way more money from him, so they don't want to be like, it's because she went and asked him for campaign donations, because they did it and did it worse. So they're trying to, you know what I'm saying? So everything he's saying is correct.
Engage in text exchanges all the time with Donald Trump, who has 34 felony criminal offenses to his name. So I don't know exactly what she's being charged with there. My point was simply she had not violated the Constitution, she had not violated federal law, and she had not violated, to my knowledge, any rule of the House of Representatives.
But are Democrats losing the moral high ground on the Epstein issue by defending?
I hope I have the clip I'm looking for. I hope I didn't put the same.
To be clear, that use the example of the president. Texting with the president of the United States is different than a pedophile, right? I mean, Jeffrey Epstein was more than just a constituent.
Well, no, it can be one and the same. In this very unique case, I think multiple things can be true at once.
Hold on, let me just finish. He was a known
I like that she, because he was talking very fast in this interview. I like that she was like, let me just make my point. Because I've watched this woman, I don't even know her name. I watched her be bulldozed quite a bit and not push back on people. And Jamie Raskin is probably nice enough to let her finish. But I do like that she's like, hold on, like, I need to ask this question. And I'm glad she did, because it's a great question. And like, it needs to be asked. Stop trying to get people to not ask if any of this is unethical. Because if someone doesn't ask and I don't get answers, I'm not letting it go.
To be clear, that use the example of the president. Texting with the president of the United States is different than a pedophile, right? I mean, Jeffrey Epstein was more than just a constituent. Hold on, let me just finish. He was a known sex offender. He was also a donor, right? He was a donor. And Stacey Plaskett, in her deposition in 2023, acknowledged she went to Epstein's New York home to solicit money for the Democratic Party in 2018. So I guess my question for you is, I know you have a relationship with her. You were an impeachment manager with her, right? But if this were a Republican in the same situation, would you still excuse it?
Well, in other words, are you saying would I want to censure someone just because they had a phone call with a convicted felon and an adjudicated sex assailant? Because that's what Donald Trump is. Remember, he's got an adjudicated sexual assault charge in New York that he was convicted of, in addition to the 34 criminal felonies. So I'm not quite sure what your point is here. Should we be censuring anybody who's on a phone call with a felon?
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, would you be defending a Republican who was in the same position, texting with Jeffrey Epstein?
I did.
Texting with Jeffrey Epstein after he was a known convicted sex offender, and just be calling it.
See how nice Jamie Raskin is, and how he's like, okay, like, and he still is like, okay, patient, like, let her talk. Like, Jamie Raskin is a nice guy who's very intelligent and like is super smart and already understands the answer, but is still letting her speak. I just want to point that out because I watch Republicans who are dumb as doornails, refuse to let thank you, Stacey, her name's Pamela Brown, ask a question because they don't want to answer it because then, and they're going to lie anyways. And I think it's cute that Jamie Raskin's like, okay, shut up, Jamie. But I get it because that's how I feel. Like, once I have the answer, I'm just like, want to bulldoze.
Constituent, when in fact he was a donor and there was more there.
Well, I mean, we could take the example of the Republican serial liar and fraudster from New York. I'm spacing his name out right now, who left Congress, who was just
George
pardoned
Santos?
by.
Is that what you're talking about, George Santos?
George Santos.
Okay.
Yeah, I defended George Santos.
I was so annoyed. I remember this, and I was like, we have a chance to get rid of the Trump rot, like the second and third generation Trump rot, because Trump has put in little, like, idiotic grifters' heads, like, oh, if the president of the United States can pathologically lie and steal and commit crimes, I can too. And he did defend George Santos, and he was right. And I was annoyed, but I respected him because I'm like, he's right. Like, he's absolutely correct. But if you remember, the reason they wouldn't hold George Santos robbed not Democratic donors, Republican donors. He stole their credit card information and was like, let me get these Gucci shoes. Like, so, like, but Republicans would not hold him accountable because he was the literal, like, member. They were clinging to like one vote majority. So the reason George Santos could stay in Congress was because they're like, we have no one else. Like, this is like our majority. Like, let this grifter stay. And Raskin was right. I remember this, and I was like, God damn it.
They wanted to expel him because they considered him inconvenient, but he had not had a criminal conviction, he'd not had a civil conviction, and he'd not gone through the ethics process. And that was my whole point with Stacey Plaskett. If you think she's violated a federal law or a rule of the House, charge her with it and let's take it through the ethics committee. But she hadn't been charged with anything. That was my simple point. And I know the Republicans are saying the Democrats defended Stacey Plaskett with respect to Jeffrey Epstein. We did not. We said we need to have a process here. She's not charged criminally. She's not charged civilly, and you haven't lodged any ethics complaint against her. And I said the exact same thing with George Santos. And you can go back and see that I voted no.
Now that I hear it this way, because like I've never been clear on what a censure is, because like with Republicans that like just one day or like we're just censuring someone, there's no punishment behind it, but we just are bored and Trump wants us to make an example of someone. So I never understood. So now that I understand you can start an ethics investigation outside of a censure, absolutely, that's fine. But again, my problem is, which is never discussed here, is the backdoor deal to say, we'll leave Corey Mills alone. We can never leave Corey Mills alone. This man is dangerous and someone is going to get hurt if he's not investigated and held. And he certainly shouldn't be in Congress, but he's the new George Santos. They have such a thin majority. And now Margarine, which we're going to get to Margarine melting next. But now with Margarine, they're like, oh, you just unalive someone, to like chop them up into pieces and throw them in trash bags and like into the ocean. Oh, we're gonna have to keep you for a while. Like, it's just weird.
Not to expel him because there was no process.
So just to be clear, you weren't defending her in that text exchange.
I'm sorry, I was not morally defending her. Like I said, Jeffrey Epstein never had my phone number. I would never give it to him. But that's not.
That was my point. Like, stop, because it's like with Hakeem Jeffrey sometimes, he's just like, is this okay? And I don't know, I showed you guys that interview last week where he's like, we're moving forward, like, I'm not discussing this. And Caitlin Collins kept being like, but is this ethical or moral to for her to be actively soliciting campaign donations for someone who is convicted of child trafficking? And he's like, we're moving forward. It's like, just say thank you, Jamie Raskin. I'm not morally or ethically defending anyone, and that's all I want to hear. Thank you. Now I feel okay. Like, now I understand. Okay, thank you.
The standard whether or not we censure someone and use the disciplinary process. And
to be clear that, Republicans and for Democrats, right? Jeffrey Epstein was a donor to both parties. Are Democrats having discussions about how to handle that if more members of your party are embroiled in anything having to do with Epstein?
I literally have not had one Democrat in the House or the Senate or, a former administrative official come to us and say, hey, you better slow down. That might embarrass one of our people. I mean, Larry Summers has had to resign from a whole bunch of boards and is apparently saying he's ashamed and disgraced by what's.
This is crazy. Like, this is why I'm not suggesting anyone be on X, but the guilty, very rich people complaining about the grossness. Like, hey, you're gross, and now there might be consequences for you being gross.
Come out, well, then that was a decision that he made. And, we hold no brief for him. Nobody should be involved with $1 billion international.
And it just occurred to me, someone might not know. He's like hold on. He ran the United States Treasury. Hold on. I need to look up like an actual, let me just Wikipedia him. I know he went to Harvard because I watched him give a speech there once. Okay. Larry Henry Summers, born November 30th, 1954, is an American economist. He served as the 71st United States Secretary of Treasury from 1999 to 2001. Is that H.W. Bush? Or is that Reagan? I don't know. Somebody tell me, because it's a little bit, I was like, no, 1999 to 2001? Wait, I don't know. Someone, whatever, who cares? I mean, it's not that important. I just can't think. 99 was Clinton? Okay. Yeah, because I think, okay, there we go. So, see, thank you. This is what I must have seen. He also was the 27th president of Harvard University. Okay, because, I was like, I know I've seen this guy, speaking behind a pulpit at Harvard. Okay, I had no idea about that. He was the 8th director. Oh, shit. He was the 8th director of the National Economic Council. Okay, so this man is currently at Harvard Kennedy School. He is the Charles W. Eliot University professor. He is on leave from his teaching responsibilities and from his role as director of the Mosavar Rahami Center for Business and Government as of November 19th, 2025. So 5 days ago. Summers became a professor. Okay. Well, I mean, so again, this guy is all up, and if you don't know, again, it's Summers spelled like summer normally, not with an O. It's Summers. Larry Summers, look it up. And he's like, my life is being ruined. It's like, no, you're a creep. You're the new, what's the guy who was ran the Harvard Law Review for what? What is the guy's name? He's like, I went to the island and I got a massage, but I kept my pants on. Or what's that guy's name? And the irony being, that guy was Dershowitz. Thank you. Alan Dershowitz. Yes. Alan Dershowitz was a Democrat, and then he's a perfect example of when it turns out you're a creeper, you just shift on over to the right where they're like, it's okay, Alan, like, we pretend over here that we care about child trafficking, but actually we harbor the people most guilty of it, starting with evangelical pastors, the Catholic Church, and the like. You know what I mean? Like, that's... Alan Dershowitz is now all the time on Fox, all the time on Newsmax, because he had to move right, where it's okay to be diddling kids and not be held accountable. And Larry, there's a place for you on Newsmax. I'm telling you, right after, what's that guy, Sean Spicer's show? We could fit you in for 30 minutes. You can be right over there. It's going to be fine, Larry. There's a whole MAGA cottage industry where they pretend to want to protect women and children from SA and trafficking, and then they, employ and glorify all the men who do it. Larry, think about it this way. You could be the Republican president of the United States one day. The possibilities are endless. Over on the right, though. You're not going to be able to stay over here. Fare thee well.
We hold no brief for him. Nobody should be involved with $1 billion international global child sex trafficking ring. If you listen to the survivors on your show, for example, people will know that the people involved in that were guilty of some very gruesome actions. And so to the extent that people are involved in it, they're going to have to own up to it. And if there are continuing crimes that have gone on or other crimes that weren't prosecuted, that should be part of this process. But remember, it was the Trump Department of Justice that summoned all the materials, took the case away from Maureen Comey in New York, and then they killed the investigation in February. They said there's nothing left to see here, and it's only because we've demanded the release of the files that it's possible that there will be more justice done when, discoveries are made about whether there was abuse and rape that took place and trafficking of other individuals. But remember, the Trump Justice Department tried to kill it.
Republicans and for Democrats.
Oh my God. I was just reading that. I don't even want to get into it. I don't want to know about people. Because once you learn about all these old, very rich people, you just start hating them. I'm sorry. I just caught one paragraph that said he was instrumental in the Glass-Steagall deregulation. Okay. Larry Summers appears to be instrumental in the original forming of the concentration of wealth at the top of the economy and in the current oligarchy that is now operating. So again, maybe I'll do some more he sounds, I want to say fascinating, but I don't know if it's fascinating when you're a creep. Gross. Yeah, Larry Summers. Oh, and he's tanorexic. I just want you, I pray for him that's a spray tan, but that is the most unnatural shade of spray tan I've ever seen. But if it's not a spray tan, it's possibly melanoma will be taking him soon. Okay, and here's the last one, because I just thought this was a very interesting interview that made me feel better, because I'm like, okay, cool. So we can, but in my opinion, Stacey Plaskett, there should absolutely be an ethics investigation into all of that, period. Because that way we'll just know, okay, so this isn't a straw man illegal donor campaign. That 30 grand you tried to donate, and your creepy interactions where you're like, do you like what I'm wearing? And your weird history I named in the timeline, there's not more to that because you were named in a lawsuit by 6 Epstein survivors. So let's listen to the survivors and just make sure, if you are dumb enough to think it's cool to go to a convicted billionaire child trafficker and buddy up to him and ask for money after he's been convicted and admitted to it, then you might have to go through an ethics investigation. And you should be investigate me. I would sign myself up for one if I was innocent, I'd be like, just look into it. Like, I have disgusting, poor, gross judgment, but that's the extent of it. If she would just say that, I could go to sleep at night and be like, okay, cool. Like, thank you. And we will, what is that thing Reagan always used to say, which is ironic coming from Republicans because they're all liars? Trust but verify. Great. Thank you, Stacey. Trust but verify. The defiance, the like, how dare you ask me about this is mind-boggling to me. I'm sorry. Like, how dare I ask you why you befriended a billionaire child trafficker who was actively bribing everybody and paying for their political campaigns so he could continue his trafficking in the Virgin Islands. And literally the man you ran against gave a speech on the Senate floor about him actively trafficking. That is what bothers me. In 2013, or when she was first ran for Congress, like when the campaign was going on, the guy she was up against, no one ever thought she could win. People like this. I don't know if he was the president of the Senate in the Virgin Islands. I think he might have been. And he was on the Senate floor being like, we've got to eject this creepy child diddler trafficker out of here because he's still going. And there is an email where the creepy, horrible first lady, if anyone needs to be rounded up and collected and given a talk to, it was Cecile de Jong. She was the first lady of the governor of the Virgin Islands, which is like, I think, the president for like 5 years. And she was like the person who's actively like, here's the person we need to bribe. Here's the person we need to support. And there's an email between her and Epstein saying, okay, and I can't remember his name, but I'm pretty sure he was the president of the Senate of the Virgin Islands. He was on the House floor like, we've got a creepy billionaire actively hurting kids and we need to do something about it. And she sends Epstein an email and is like, and I showed you guys this email, it's in the lawsuit, you can find it, and says, hey, this guy is going to be a problem for you. He's on the Senate floor once a week pointing out that you're actively a creep. I mean, she doesn't say it in exactly those words, but she's like, we've got to get rid of him. And you will have, and I'm quoting now, a friend in Stacey. So, and trust me, I understand how business works. I understand when I'm trying, like when I used to broker millions, you know, they used to call me the Rainmaker. I used to bring the Fortune 500 advertising dollars to pay for the very expensive engineers pre-IPO at the social media company I worked for. So I understand, like, sometimes the way I spoke internally to my bosses was not the way I was speaking to like Walmart when I was trying to get money from them, you know. So I don't know if that's something she said, but I think we should check. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I think we should check. She said it. So again, none of this is a crime, but ethically, yeah, let's just figure out what was what. Like when you said friend, what the fuck did that mean? I think we should, for the children whose lives will never be the same, let's check. Hey, Brooke. Sorry. Okay, so this is the last clip, which again, thank you, Jamie, for making me feel slightly better.
Just to follow up, even if no one in the Democratic Party is implicated in being part of Epstein's ring, if there are more communications that come out, right? I mean, are there any discussions about how to handle that? Because we've already seen the fallout from that with other Democrats and Epstein.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know what to say about it. It's a sign of the times here that everything is viewed through such a partisan lens. I mean, if there are people involved with a child sex abuse trafficker, if they committed crimes, then they should be investigated and prosecuted with all the protections of due process. And if they were just involved in some kind of social relationship or whatever, people can figure that out. I mean, that was the whole point about Stacey Plaskett. You know, for some reason, he had Stacey's phone number. They'd been in communication. And so she takes the hit for that publicly, that they communicated, but nobody's accusing her of having committed a crime. And nobody's accusing her of violating a rule of ethics. It's not against our ethics rules for people to get texts in Congress. So the whole point of the rule of law is that we can make these kinds of distinctions, and they shouldn't be difficult to make. There's a difference between, flying to Jeffrey Epstein's island and engaging in sexual abuse of minors, and then somebody getting, a phone call or a text.
Right, and as you know, Congressman, you've been in Washington a long time. There's the legal aspect, right, and then there's the politics of it, right, and those are.
No, I don't think I clipped it, or I did and I left it out, but I watched this whole interview, and at some point he does, Raskin does say, you never catch me giving my phone number to Jeffrey Epstein, I'm not nuts. Hold on, I think I might have, let me just check outside my presentation, because when I'm making these, sometimes, it's just so many things happening, and I don't add all the clips. There might be a clip, because I know for a fact, I was thank God you just admitted that. They very obviously, in my opinion, from my research, had a personal friendship going on, where they were personally communicating, and that's hey, you got to ask yourself, is that a crime? Absolutely not. Had he paid his debt to society? Yeah, because he was a billionaire, his debt to society was basically, when I don't even want to call it a sweetheart deal. What did he have to do? Didn't he get to go anywhere he wanted during the day, and then he went to a minimum security prison at night for a year? Did he say that earlier? Thank you, Local 386. I just want to make sure Jamie Raskin said that, and I didn't miss it, because I think that's important. It is okay to feel that is a huge, in my opinion, icky, gross lapse in judgment. Absolutely, it's not a crime, but it is an icky lapse in judgment. And sorry, once you show hey, I clearly, and I cannot say this enough, because Stacey Plaskett represents a depressed economy, a third world, region where people have nothing. In my opinion, because I have been SA'd as a child, your responsibility to protect those poor children is 10,000 times as important at that point, because there's no infrastructure. People are looking just for their next meal, and they're much more vulnerable. So for you, and let me just say it again, we are talking about a lawyer, a United States attorney, a DOJ attorney, beholden to the ethics of the bar, making, in my opinion, joining a group of people whose campaigns were being funded, it's most people in the Virgin Islands, by Jeffrey Epstein, after he's a convicted child trafficker. And so, yeah, you are setting up a situation for a predator to move children through customs, as is evidenced by, I'm not going to do it again, but when I start talking about this, I get upset. So for her to be what's everyone's problems? It isn't a crime. I agree with Jeffrey Epstein. Why do I keep trying to call Jamie Raskin Jeffrey Epstein gross? But I agree with Jamie Raskin. It's icky. It's weird. And I do think it should be looked into. And I think the Republicans will do it, because while they try to distract from Trump, I do think if there's anything untoward besides what we know now about Stacey Plaskett, we'll find out soon, because their whole goal is to try to pin something on someone other than all the very, very huge donors for the Republican Party and for Trump, who are about to have their lives upended. So yeah, if there's a way to distract from any of that, then I think they will do it, which helps. That's what I keep telling myself. Because again, I don't want anyone to get in trouble for anything they haven't done, but I also, these people were children, and we are now, almost 20 years later, and for some of them, much more than that. This has been going on. I just want everyone to know, too, I still am icked out by like what I think Chuck Schumer in 1991 took money from Epstein. He was a known child trafficker then. I mean, especially in like the circles of the rich. So I don't condone any of it, but at least there wasn't public court documents at the point that anybody could read. So I just want to be clear. I do not condone any of this weird shit. Let's lighten the mood a little bit. Well, actually, let's do, I don't know if it's so sad what I consider lightening the mood, but I don't know if you guys have seen this, but I want to call your attention to it because I've always known it, like just as someone who hails from the tech industry and, used to date the engineers at our company because I just loved their weird brains. Like, I mean, I knew this about X, but I don't know. I just because again, don't go there. Don't go on X. So I just want to make sure you guys know what's going on. And you might have heard, if you follow Midas Touch, and this is being reported on. And Midas Touch has reported, and I've kind of talked about all the bots, like all of the fake accounts on X, like it is insane. And if you asked me, like, how many X accounts do I believe are actual people inside the United States? Yeah, I think probably 20%. Like, literally, that is my belief. Like, and I'm talking about on X, how many accounts are genuinely people inside the United States? I think it's actually quite a small amount because that's just a math deduction, like how big is actual MAGA? I think, look at what's happened since the independents left Trump. It's like 67% of the country wants this guy gone. So like 32 to 33% is still there. And I'm not saying that, like, I think the entire Republican Party would still vote for Trump. The independents are gone. And that is then 67% of the country is like, get the F out of here. But there was a great talk about Harry. And actually, let me show this before I show you guys this, because it might help. But this is going to look like, oh, this makes me want to unalive. But just understand, like, what you're going to hear. You guys know how I like Harry Enten and the way he analyzes statistics to tell stories. It's good, but it sounds it's going to make you be like, I'm giving up on everything. So, fair warning. But again, this is only the Republican Party, right? So independents have left Trump, right? And then you've got to think about the libertarians who are the far right flank, who's like Trump. I mean, they can't stand him. So this is true Republicans, not people who are registered as libertarians. So it's a tiny, I had to guess, I'd say it's 27 to 30% of America. And that is generous, right? Who are the actual crazies, like, who will unalive with David Koresh, like when the FBI comes to like bulldoze the cults. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And this is a mathematical analysis of those weirdos. So just understand that, because it can look like, oh my God, that's a lot. This is just the core group of weirdos, of which we've already separated off and have the majority of the votes. If Trump does not do something to the voting machines.
So is the president losing Republicans?
Just to say, this is also a great lead into talking about margarine melting and resigning, because he also talks about that. This is a great way to see mathematically why she might understand there's no hope.
No, look, this is still Donald Trump's Republican Party, and we can see it here. It's like a rock, to quote Bob Seger. I mean, take a look here. Republicans who approve of Trump. 6 months ago, it was 87%. Now, well, hello, it's the same number. It's 87%.
Look, I know Republicans are like, yeah, look at us, holding strong. No, this is cognitive dissonance and idiocy. You are saying, as more information comes out as I continue to be robbed, grifted, and stolen from, I do not. And again, that's why I preface this, Donna, don't lose hope. You have to understand, this is the cult. This is the 27 to, let's say, what did I say? 27 to probably 32%. It can't be 33. I just don't think, because I have to account for the libertarians. So let's say max 27 to 32% of the voting electorate. Even like, I don't even, like, just understand this. That's who we're talking about. We're talking about as everyone like escapes through the woods before it's time to drink the Kool-Aid. We are talking about the people left. And also, let's say of the people left, it might not even be Trump supporters, because like, I'm going to show you this as we talk about Marjorine's resignation. It's not that there is a terrifying, it's scary on X right now, because like, people hate Trump, but are they still racist bigots who hate gays? You know what I mean? Want to use the Bible to execute trans people? Yeah, like, they're still there, so they might all still vote as a block. That's what I want you to understand. So I'm going to show you guys more about the schism inside, but this is like the people who are still happen to be there when it's time to drink the Kool-Aid at Jonestown.
He has not lost any support among Republicans compared to 6 months ago. As I said at the beginning, he's like a rock. He's like a rock, the Republican base.
We all give Donna some love. Hold on. Donna, I'm just not seeing you in the comments. And Donna just said, my patient daughter told me Trump is the only trustworthy politician. Both of my parents actively, like, my dad is a diabetic I'm taking care of who's like on unaliving's door and like is like, I love Trump but can't afford his insulin. Do you know what you know what I'm saying? So like, Donna, you've come to the right place. It is okay. Like, if your daughter's stuck in there in the 20s, let's all support Donna. Donna needs a hug. Let's follow Donna. It's okay, Donna. You have found your people. We are all trapped with family members who. And let me just say, because you might hear me say like MAGA idiots, generally I'm talking about the white males, right? Like, and then there are people in cognitive dissonance, meaning literally, like, I've talked about this. And let me just make a suggestion. If someone could like friend Donna and send her a message with, and you guys always correct me on her name, but Knitting Cult Lady. This is an amazing woman who will change your life. Like, she's like a captain in the U.S. Army, has wrote several books, and she's an expert on high control groups and talks a lot about MAGA. So just understand, like, you just have to be there and support your daughter. And like, whenever there are those moments where there's a break in the cognitive dissonance and she might see the light, like, just support her and be there when you need. But there's not necessarily anything you can do. It's not anything you have done. Like, don't blame yourself. So yeah, if someone could just give Donna that resource and just know this is come back to the people's receipts. Like, most people are very intelligent people whose family members just happen to be in cognitive dissonance. Like, I have a very high IQ, which actually I don't value IQ as a test of intelligence at all. But I'm just saying, like, it doesn't matter. And that's one of my biggest lessons from Knitting Cult Lady. And actually, if you remember, because when I start talking about Marjorie, does anyone remember QAnon? Do you guys remember when you couldn't say those words or your live would be taken down? And you never hear any of these people. QAnon was not like weird, dumb people. There were billionaires, there were millionaires, there were business people, there were all sorts of people. Like, that's one thing that I definitely recommend listening to Knitting Cult Lady talk about cognitive dissonance in high control groups. It is not what you think, right? Like, anybody can be sucked into that, and it's fascinating to listen to. And the interesting part is knowing once someone is inside a high control group in cognitive dissonance, there are neurological studies, real ones, not MAGA people saying that vaccinations are going to unalive, the jab is going to unalive you. Not that. Real scientific studies that show that, like, as a survival mechanism, once you're in cognitive dissonance, you will literally, your brain will turn off and not allow you to take in new information from outside sources, because it is contrary to your ability to survive and continue believing the beliefs that will keep you thriving in your cult/high control group. So just do not blame yourself, Donna. It is nothing you have done. It can happen to anyone, and thank God you found the right place. And anyone not following me, follow you. I do the people's receipts as much as I can while taking care of my Trump-loving father, who is very ill.
Is sticking by Donald Trump at this point in time.
It really is interesting to watch his overall approval rating go down, 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 but see this be completely constant here.
It is among independents. It is not among Republicans.
Okay, so how does this compare to past presidents in a second term?
Yeah, okay. I think this gives the game away, right? Which is Donald Trump, if you look at 21st century presidents, own party approval at this point in term 2. Who leads the pack? It's Donald John Trump. 87% of Republicans approve of Donald John Trump. You go back to 2013, 78% of Democrats supported Barack Obama, and it was 78% of Republicans who supported George W. Bush back in 2005 at this point. So Donald Trump has the biggest highest own party approval of.
I want you to understand, this is Jonestown. If you don't know what Jonestown is, please go look up. There's several free documentaries on it. If you don't know who Jim Jones is and how that all ended in Guyana, a place Trump is now going to go to war with Venezuela to try to steal the oil out from underneath, just look into it, because this is for real, right? And when he's talking about the 87%, yeah, I'm not at all surprised. If you remember, they barely even liked George W. I don't even feel like Republicans liked him. It was like they liked his father, and they're like, this guy seems to be an illiterate idiot, but okay, like Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney are running the country, so we forgive him for being an idiot. Like, and still, think about it. At this point, they had 78%, and this was during, Iraq. What was it? Hurricane Katrina, where he was like talking at an elementary school and just froze and couldn't leave. Or was that the Twin Towers? Is that when the planes flew into the Twin Towers? He was like at an elementary school and couldn't move, and was like frozen in fear and just couldn't speak. And still. Yeah, it was the towers. Thank you. See, I never have to know for sure what I could just mutter things, and then you guys will just. That's the beauty of being smart enough to attract such a high intelligence audience. I literally could just be like, I'm going to mutter things, and then you guys correct me, and that's how we'll figure out the truth. So remember, and even then, at this point in his term, he had 78% approval. Again, just from the core Republicans who are like, we got to get rid of the brown. In my opinion, we are talking about the core white nationalist, the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. And be straight. No gays allowed, right? Except for in Congress and the government, except for, in all sorts of elected positions, you can be a homosexual and then vote against everything you are and then pretend not to be. That's fine. And if you're feeling like Felisa's talking about things she doesn't know about, during the last Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, Grindr went down. The servers failed in Milwaukee because so many Republicans were trying to. If you don't know what Grindr is, you should check it out personally. So, yeah. And if you don't believe me, there are documented secondary source news articles on this. One of my favorite reporters on that incident is George Santos. So, yeah, his coverage was, he was on Grindr, holding up people's, accounts. So look it up. It was some of the best reporting I've ever seen.
any president who served their entire second term in the 21st century.
You could look at this one of two ways. You could say, obviously, he's doing way better than past presidents. Or you could say, there is still room to settle. If there is a reversion to the mean here, if that does fall further, that could chip into his overall approval rating. Okay, Marjorie Taylor Greene, resigning from Congress in January. One of the concerns is that Donald Trump backed someone in a primary against her. How has Donald Trump done in his congressional endorsements?
You know, when you go up against Donald Trump, you're going up against a buzzsaw, because Donald Trump's endorsement record is, it's hard to find anyone else who beats it. Times Trump endorsees won GOP primaries. In 2020, it was 98%. 2022, it was 95%. In 2024, it was 96%. And I will note,
I'm just going to comment on something because you guys know, like, I do have a history degree. I used to work as a historical researcher. I would think, like, if I ever did write like a real thesis to get a PhD, it might be on Trump. I have never missed a Trump rally. Like, this was high in 2020, probably more because of ignorance. It was like the first go at it. And then as you see these numbers, like from 2022 to 2024, I would say the difference is he just does not endorse people who will lose. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, he has a high percentage of the people I endorse win because the only people he will endorse are in like gerrymandered districts that are sure wins, right? Like, he wouldn't, what's the, you know, the elections that just happened, he wouldn't talk to, what's her name? The crazy woman who unfortunately was black and seemed to hate black people. That was running like that. He never would endorse her. Do you know why? Because she was polling at 12%. 12 in Virginia. Thank you. Wait, hold on. I feel like she was polling at, what's her name? I can never, it's like Winsome Earl. Or what? I can never, it's like a hyphen, I don't know. Whatever that woman's name is. She was polling at 12% and was never endorsed. Winsome Sears, thank you. I couldn't. Like, the first couple unbelievably racist things I heard her say as a black woman, I was like, I'm gonna have to not. I don't know what's happening here, but I can't listen to it. And like, Trump loves nothing more than a black person, you know, spewing racism. So for her, he never endorsed her the entire time because she polled at 12% from the beginning. That is why Margarine started hating him. She was polling at least at, I think it was like 20 to 22%. I mean, there was probably no possible way she was going to beat, you know, the reincarnation of JFK Jr., the junior senator from Georgia, John Ossoff. If you don't know him, check him out. He's amazing. Like, he's probably right. So I'm just saying, like, we're talking about someone who just now is he always winning when he endorses people, or is he only picking people who are guaranteed to win? And oh my God, sorry so much. Stupid. I'm gonna have to get a different mic stand. Anyways, and that's what it is. I would say after the first year, there was like this love for Trump in the first term of like, he's a maverick, he's gonna drain the swamp, blah blah blah. Now and then it's just like, I just pick people who are guaranteed to win, and then I say I'm a genius. That's the difference.
the majority of times that Donald Trump
Yes, Herschel Walker. Excuse me, don't call, his name is Ambassador Herschel Walker. Thank you, Ambassador Herschel Walker. So he is currently ambassador of the Bahamas. Trump 2028. Okay, Anonymous, which Anonymous would be disgraced that you are referring to yourself as part of their hacker collective. They would never have you. That's idiotic. You are in the wrong live. So if you disrupt this live beyond your whatever idiot thing you just typed, I'm just letting you know I'm going to block you. This is not like, oh, a woman with a tiny brain and pigtails is speaking, so I'm going to troll her. You will be gone. You are not interesting, and you are for sure not in Anonymous. Like, bless your idiotic heart. Ew. What a weird thing to say, whether true or not. Absolutely will block you. Like, gross. Weird and gross. That's a long story. Some of you who are here probably know it, but that's very strange.
A challenger to an incumbent like Marjorie Taylor Greene, that
Anonymous has been blocked. You don't have to worry about him anymore. Who is now claiming to be Guerrilla Radio, which absolutely, that is a person who bullied me online for 2 years. Like, literally. And I'm not talking about, like, my political views. I'm saying bullied how I look. Like, I almost died in, like, as long as he's the one that brought it up, so let's talk about it. I almost died in 2020. I was in a coma. Like, a lot of weird things happened to me as a result of that. Like, my father is half black, half indigenous Mexican. So, oh, sorry. I don't know what's happening. Something started playing on my phone. So I randomly lost my eyebrows. I don't know. I woke up from a coma. It's because my eyes were taped shut, I think. I don't know. But I had thin eyebrows that never grew back. And Guerrilla Radio literally bullied me just because my eyebrow hair wouldn't grow back for 2 years, would show up to lives. And I just explained hey, that's, now you can see it's grown back, thank God, because I'm the hairiest person ever. And he'd be like, you don't have eyebrows and you're a loser. He said I looked like a trans man. Let me just be clear. Anybody who ever has the pleasure of seeing me in person, because I run 10 miles a day in Phoenix. I was a Division I scholarship athlete. I'm hot as shit. So and here's the thing, I would never claim in my life, because I watch a lot of documentaries about trans people, they are much hotter than me. I can't do my makeup like a trans person can. I know, I look like garbage compared to trans women. Literally. I look like someone who was pulled out of a dumpster. So, but for some reason, to Republican men, calling me trans is an insult. Actually, that's a compliment. It's an insult to trans women who can do their makeup and are, as we say, beat to the gods. I literally look horrible compared to them. I already know that. I don't know how to do makeup. I don't know how to do my hair. That's why it's always in braids. Not because I'm trying to look like a child, but because my hair is very curly, and I had a white narcissistic mother who just kept telling me I was white. And I was like, well, kids at school keep saying I'm not white. And they keep calling me Piglet, but with an N. That was my nickname. And I was like, something is wrong. They say something's wrong with my hair and I need to fix it. And my mom would be like, you're white like me and like your grandfather, which I was very clearly not. I come from a very strange, one half of my family are racist and the other half are not white. So to terrorize me like Guerrilla Radio did and literally pick on my appearance, that's why I'm so sensitive. Anytime someone comes in live and picks at my appearance, don't comment on people's appearances. It's rude. And if anyone knows what he looks like, the answer is garbage. Literal garbage. And to terrorize me about what I look like whilst you look like a bag of hot garbage is brave. And that's the weird thing about MAGA men who are constantly terrorizing gorgeous trans women about their look. You guys are mad because you're attracted to trans women. And if I one day can do my makeup and look as pretty as a trans woman, that is my goal. Literally, I hope one day I could actually look that good. You guys are mad because you guys are attracted to them. And then you're like, now I gotta be mad because I'm physically attracted. Just accept it. It's okay. They're beautiful. Get over it. And then stop acting like it's an insult to say I look like I'm trans. That's not an insult. That's an aspiration. And it's also an insult to the people, the trans women everywhere who can do their makeup. So again, Guerrilla, please, lest I have to next time put up a picture of you. You don't want people seeing what you look like.
challenger won a majority of the time. The bottom line is this. There was a real reason why Marjorie Taylor Greene decided, you know what, it's not worth the fight, because more times than not, when you go up against Donald Trump in a Republican primary, you lose.
Not just more times than not, almost all
Almost all of the times, yes.
Based on these. All right, Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's saying she's not going to run for president, but there are other questions, which is, hey, is she going to stay a Republican even? What do the markets think about that?
All right, so we go to the prediction markets here, and the chance to leave the...
When they say prediction markets, they're talking about people like in Vegas and illegally betting offshore, placing large financial bets on whether or not Margarine will stay a Republican or move independent or left. Which, and you're like, why are they doing that? The betting markets are much more accurate than polling information, than the polling information. Like, it's kind of terrifying. But I guess maybe it makes sense. If you're going to put a lot of money on something, like, you best be sure, right? Like, the betting markets in Vegas and offshore were more accurate about, like, the last few presidential elections versus the polls.
Republican Party by January 1st of 2027. You can see it, 31%. I think this is a pretty good baseline, which is more likely than not Marjorie Taylor Greene will stay within the Republican ranks, but there's actually a pretty decent chance that she doesn't, and then that becomes really interesting to see what she has to say about Republicans and Donald Trump in particular if she decides to wave adios amigos.
This is the Republicans,
I love the fervor and excitement with which Harry Enton talks about math and statistics. If he was my statistics professor in college, maybe I wouldn't have had to take it 3 times. Like, literally, it would be much more interesting if he was explaining it. So let's get into Margarine's retirement, which I'm going to be honest, I want to just say this, like, I don't know how to feel about it. And I know, like, it's like, Margarine's gross. And I'm going to show you a wide range of opinions, which made me feel better. But my initial opinion on it was a huge gut punch. I never thought I'd be upset about Margarine being like, I have to leave. But I just want to tell you my initial reaction. And I always talk about this. My first year at university, I was a philosophy major. And, like, my advisor who taught I can't remember, it wasn't intro to philosophy, but it was a different class. I was taking like 3 philosophy classes because I was so interested in it. And we did this thought exercise all the time, which was more about like philosophical questions, not like what we're doing now. But we did this thought exercise where it was like, hey, someone's holding a pew-pew to your head and they're going to ask you a question and you have to answer to the best of your knowledge what you think is the right answer, and if you're wrong, they pull the trigger. And I always think about that because it's like there's a lot of things we will never know for sure, but like, yeah, I think it's a good litmus test of how, like, to ask yourself, what do you truly believe at risk of like, hey, you guess wrong, you're no longer with us. What do you believe to the best of your knowledge is the right answer? And if you ask me with a pew-pew held to my head, if you guess wrong, like, we pull the trigger, do you believe that Margarine left Congress of her own volition? MAGA, you're going to have to look up volition. You will learn a new word today. Congratulations. My answer would be no. Like, if I think back to the last 2-3 weeks to 2 years, the fervor with which she was fighting, and all of a sudden she's like, I will be leaving now, goodbye everyone. To me, my first instinct was, Queen's my boss. Have I not brought this back over and over, this theme? Like, Trump is not a genius, right? He's not inventing new ways to like play this game. He has a very simple game. Medium intelligence, and by medium intelligence I mean extra high low intelligence. Queen's my boss. That's who Trump is, and that's who he's always been. He gets some dirt on someone and he leverages them with it. And if you talk to me, hey, DJ Bubbles, if you talk to me, like, why do I think one day Margarine's like, I'm fighting with my life? And here's my other thing. Like, the way Margarine was coalescing the stragglers on the right flank, and by the stragglers I mean, bless Nancy Mace's heart, like someone's got to wrangle her and stop her from trying to find trans people in the women's bathroom. Like, it's an exercise in futility, Nancy. Like, you've accused, I think, 7 women now of being trans, and none of them were. So it's getting weird. Like, it's getting super, and that's the most normal of everything Nancy Mace has been up to. And I want you guys to know, because I think a lot of I have actually not shown a lot of how bad Nancy Mace has been in the last month, because I actually think it has to do with her being SA'd by her last fiance. So because I'm not sure what's true and what's not, and I can see she is nearing like a psychotic break. Like, I just don't want to shit on her or be like, oh, look, she's crazy. Because I actually think, I don't even want to talk about it, because when I think someone is actually going through something, I don't want to like dig into it and shit on them because of it. But, I talked about her breakdown in the Charleston, South Carolina airport, and her terrorizing TSA, who were working for free at the time. That is inappropriate. I don't care what's happening to you. Don't show up to an airport and terrorize people unnecessarily for whatever, and make up lies about them when the entire experience is on video. That's weird. And then sue them, and then no, thank you. And then lie about Senator Tim Scott, also from South Carolina, that he has to be like, everything Nancy Mace said is a lie. Like, so that I reported on, but there is much more that happened after that. That is crazy. And I'm just like, I don't feel comfortable, because I've been SA'd and I don't know what she's going through, but it's something serious. And I feel like the last 2, 3, 4 weeks, it was like Margarine was like giving Lauren Boebert, who also, you haven't heard me tell you anything about Lauren Boebert. Lauren Boebert's been real quiet because her son is going, like, it's not good. And if it's someone's child, or I think someone is going through something serious, like, I'm not going to, like, poke at them while it happens. And the thing I respected about Margarine was she was like she was like uniting them, being like, okay, we can all stand up, even though we're being threatened, even though, like, people are lying about us, even though we're being terrorized by men on the right. They're accusing Nancy Mace about lying about a bunch of SA and other things I'm not going to talk about right now. And it was like Margarine was the loudest, strongest one. I suspect her of lacking empathy. Maybe that's what... No, I'm just kidding. I don't anymore. But I think she was very good for the women on the far right flank. And she was forming this group where they're like, we can do it together. The reason after that creepy backdoor deal was made of like, hey, if you guys let this guy who keeps beating women up just skate by, then we'll have 3 Republicans join with Democrats to quash the Stacey Plaskett censure. And it was Margarine who started posting like, this is effed up. And she coalesced and got Nancy Mace and Lauren Boebert and Anna Paulina Lunatic to stand up. And Nancy Mace brought the censure against Corey Mills, because they are women who have all been like SA'd, and they're like, yeah, we're not going to sit here with a guy who keeps beating up women. Like, and Nancy Mace brought up the bill to censure him. And I was like, see, look, Margarine's having a good effect. She's empowering these women, making them believe they can do something finally. And then she folds like a mother effing lawn chair, which I don't know what to think about it. I'll say this. When I saw the news, I was like gut punched, because here's what I believe. I believe the left flank, and that's why I was so passionate, because Stacey Plaskett, I believe, calls herself a progressive. And if you want to be on the flank of any party, on the right or left, and you want to hold people accountable, then start with yourself, weirdo. Start with not soliciting money from convicted child sex traffickers. And if you do it, then can you please explain why and not be annoyed when people simply ask you, like that's the beauty of the left and right flank is you are holding the disgusting moderates in the middle accountable. And people, if you're like, what are you talking about, Felice? Like the way Hitler, Mustache Man happened in 1940s Germany, it was the middle, right? That's what it was. It was the constant growth and consolidating power with the moderate middle in Europe, while poor people are screaming, we have nothing, we have no one, why isn't anyone listening? And a populist on the right flank, well, excuse me, at the time he was pretending to be on the left flank. He's like, hi, just as Donald Trump did. He's like, hi, I'm a socialist. Let's get rid of the moderates in the middle and we're all going to share the wealth. Hi, my name's Hitler. Can't wait to help you. And then it turns out he was the exact opposite of a socialist. He was a capitalist dictator, fascist dictator, which if you understand the political spectrum, that's the far right. But he disguised himself and said like, hey, let's seize the means of production. Let's take over. Let's get rid of all these disgusting people profiting off, just the status quo. And then we're going to share the wealth, similar to the Bolshevik revolution in Russia, which also went similar. Did not go that. Shocker. Turns out nobody ever shares any wealth with anyone. If anybody is ever claiming to be a far left person that's going to share with you and they're suggesting you do a mass murder, spoiler alert, they are not going to share anything with you. And that's what the Night of the Long Knives was about in 1940s Germany. It was like, hey, we still got all these people that think I'm a socialist. We've got to unalive them in the middle of the night. And that's like when you listen to the most brilliant historians as a history major, like Margaret Atwood and what's her name? Hannah Arendt and Ruth Ben-Ghiat. And they talk about this, like the Night of the Long Knives in America. Like, that's what people are confused about. The Night of the Long Knives was not, let me go get my enemies. It was, hey, all the true believers still in this party that think I'm who I said I was, and I'm going to share with them. We got to get rid of all those people. So the Night of the Long Knives in America was the rhinos. That is what, the people that were like, oh, like, maybe we're still going to do anything good, or we're not just grifters. And actually, the more I watch this develop, which is fascinating, it's now the new Night of the Long Knives seems to be the true MAGA believers, which is fascinating to watch, right? The first Night of the Long Knives was Trump purging the Mitt Romneys, and him convincing MAGA, see, I'm going to get rid of all these rhinos, because the establishment Republicans who are accepting money from billionaires, we've got to get rid of them, right? They're the problem. That's the swamp. And now you're experiencing this thing where, and it is the most fascinating thing I've ever watched. And if I ever write a book or a thesis, it will be on this and the progression of this, because now Trump is the MAGA establishment, right? This is a series of grifts. First grift was, I'm the outsider who will drain the swamp. Yeah, the the Nepo baby who has been doing the backstroke in the swamp is going to drain the swamp. Of course, he only grew the size of the swamp the first time. And now the new schism on the right that is literally happening as we speak is the real right flank saying, wait a minute, I thought you were draining the swamp. And now Trump has partnered with all billionaires, the industrial military complex, everyone I knew a lot of the libertarians and people who were voting for Trump were like, no new wars, no new wars. Like, yeah, this economy is fueled on wars. Turns out Trump's just going to attack random boats in the Caribbean. Trump's just going to do another failed coup in Venezuela. Trump is just attacking people left and right. Like, and the actual far right flank is like, what the do we do about this? And that's the Marjorie Taylor Greene. They're like, wait a minute, like, I was day one MAGA. Everything you said seems to be different now. Now you're just somebody with $3 billion, holding court at Mar-a-Lago with other billionaires. There's no place for me. Yeah, surprise. Like, he's a pathological liar. And I invite anyone who wants to really understand Donald Trump, because I always talk about my mother is a malignant narcissist, much stronger than him or smarter than him. But you have to understand, like, malignant narcissists, they're not just narcissists. They're psychopaths and they're Machiavellian, right? They are the ends justify the means, right? So it's like and that sounds horrible to a normal person with empathy who's never been around these people. But what those three things are, that triad, they call it the dark triad, that's survival skills. Like when Trump was born, he had to not just become a narcissist, which I know this is why I always say it's different for me. I was raised by a malignant narcissist, so I see it much differently than people who met one of these people in a relationship and were abused by them. They tend to not like to hear, what's actually going on. I'm not saying you weren't abused. I'm not saying you weren't lied to. I'm saying these traits are a defense mechanism. And I would invite anyone who doesn't understand that to read about Trump's father. Trump's father was a monster. And I think actually much smarter than Trump. I've read extensively about him. And Trump's current set of dark triad survival skills is what it took for him to survive as a child. I was just talking with Dolphin about this. It's like I developed a survival skills to survive my childhood, and it's really shitty because I can't turn them off now. And I have to go to therapy twice a week to try to figure out, like, okay, like I was in a life or death situation as a child where I had to do things that are not normal to continue doing as a healthy, normal adult. But the problem with developing these survival skills is they stick with you. Like, you don't know how to stop it. And when it comes to Trump's set, he lacks empathy, which you can't really grow empathy. I could go into very fascinating clinical trials going on at Cornell University, one of the Ivy League schools, with Samuel Kernberg to actually fix a narcissist. But yeah, the problem is their narcissistic defense, their grandiose defense behind that is an infant. Like, Trump is an infant who is a psychopath and a Machiavellian psychopath who's like, the ends justify the means. But essentially, narcissists, and I'm not talking about someone who has narcissistic traits. I'm saying people with narcissistic personality disorder, behind that grandiose shell is an infant. That is the end of their childhood development. That's how early it happened to them. So that's why it's hard to undo them, because at least with the children of narcissists, and I'm not telling you're this, because it's not, you can be raised by a person with narcissistic personality disorder and come out okay. That's the good news. They usually focus on one kid or whatever that ends up, that's how I ended up, very much more messed up. And those children they focus on tend to have disordered brains, not in the same way. You have empathy, but you have to develop these survival skills, which what I learned was like, okay, my parents are two monsters and they're very smart. And like, if I want them to stop hurting me, I have to be smarter and I have to be crazier and more aggressive, like that's what I felt like. It's like whoever can be, like I have to outsmart them and I literally have to out crazy them. Like in every situation, they have to know whatever you think you're about to do to me, I'm going to do something 10,000 times worse. And the problem is you can't turn that instinct. Like that's the standoff I would have to have with my mother so she wouldn't hurt me. But now in life, I need to stop behaving that way. And it's very hard to do, right? Because it's like, that's how I survived, is like, whatever she's about to do, like, whatever that is, trust me, you raised me. You made me this way. I am a monster because of you. Whatever you're going to do to me, get ready, because you might not live through this. Like, you have to out crazy them. They have to know it is tragically sad. But the problem is you can't turn it off. I go to therapy twice a week to try to deprogram myself from this stuff, but it's just hard to. So anyways, whatever, let's move on. Sorry. I just think like sometimes it's good, especially because I think a lot of people who have had parents that are like Trump, and you feel that anxiety. In my opinion, like narcissism is like a manifestation of capitalism. You know what I mean? It's almost a survival defense against capitalism. Like, I think this is, and the way narcissism and the other disordered personalities that are multiplying in America, it's because of capitalism. Like, what are you taught in capitalism? Step on everyone, right? Only one person can win. Shit on everyone. Don't work as a community. There's no collective. There's only one winner, right? You've got to step on everybody to succeed. And when you are raised in that environment, like, it's unfortunately narcissism and narcissistic traits are celebrated. And I've always talked about this. I'm not saying anything that science doesn't also acknowledge. Look at CEOs, Fortune 500 CEOs. The instances of psychopathy are very high. Look at police officers, the hero complex. That sounds like a good thing, but also that's a very bad thing. The instances of psychopathy in police officers, exponentially high. Right? Like, and that's what you have to understand. We are breeding abuse into society, which in my belief and in a lot of people's belief comes from capitalism and this belief of like, only one person can survive. We're all exceptional. You're a genius. Like, step on everyone you can. Move fast. Break things. Like, it's toxic. And it is the return to the collective. Like, when we see each other as like, we are stronger together, right? When you can, and that's why I say these things, like you can hear I'm almost about to cry. That's when I realize the power of live streams versus me just making content. Like, when I can talk about my lived experience, like the abuse, and like you can look someone, I think it's Brene Brown. If you are feeling what I'm saying and you feel like, oh, I've lived this, I understand. Look up Brene Brown, right? And she talks about the only way in America back to each other is empathy. It is looking at someone in the eyes and saying, I see you, I feel you, I understand what you've been through. Like, we are together in this fight. And so, yeah, that's why I do this now, is just to say, like, if you would have told me like 10 years ago things would have got this toxic, I never would have believed it. But like, this is an amplified version of my childhood. What Trump is doing to you now, if you happen to be a healthy person whose parents loved you, like, and you're like, I am going insane, what is going on? Yeah, you should get in therapy and understand, like, this is not normal. You are being abused, literally, gaslit 24 hours a day. And it's like, for me, it was like, oh, been here before. Like, I'm like, let me suit up and put on my jersey. Like, I'm ready to go. Like, I was raised for this. Like, I was literally bred to do this. Like, but for people who don't understand what's going on, it's like, why doesn't he just stop? Listen, I say this periodically when I give this speech. He's not going to stop. until we stop him. And that's very depressing to people, but I promise you, I promise you, he will not stop until we stop him. We have to. Or, God, hopefully the cheeseburgers, I don't, but he's not going to stop this. And that's why everyone's like, think about where we've been with him since 2016. And people are like, oh, something's going to happen. It's going to end. I promise you, it won't. It's in my personal life, in my family. That's why I was saying my whole family's in town. I've got to go to my brother's house, who's a very high paid corporate lawyer, and see all my family. And eventually someone's going to this will end in tears or possibly a fist fight tonight. That's because it never stops. It doesn't stop. Either you have to just separate, you could leave the country, or you can say, I'm not leaving. You need to leave. That's what I keep trying to explain to my mother. But the strange part is they just keep hanging in there. So that's my point. We're in this situation because we've got 27 to 32% of America who are in a cult, or who are financially profiting, or have other reasons to, are convicted criminals and find safe harbor in Trump. And until we stop these people, they will never quit. And that's the interesting thing. And let me play Jasmine Crockett's clips, because I am not going to be playing. I have it recorded. Margarine released this 10-minute video about her resigning. And I was like, at first, before I had heard it, I was like, oh my God, we need the right flank. We need to pressure Trump from the right and the left. And I believe that fully. I believe we need to be doing that. But then when I listened to the 10-minute video, the first 6 to 7 minutes, I'm like, oh yes, this is why I can't stand this lady. It's like her being a whiny, bigot, misogynist, racist, homophobic, transphobic, weirdo, her reminding MAGA, here's all my bigoted things I did for you, which she didn't do any of that. It's her last stand to the racists on the right flank. And also in my opinion, and this occurred to me, and people can disagree with me or tell me why they don't believe it, I don't care. But I also think, shortly, if I had to guess, if Margarine stayed in politics, I might believe she would benefit from the support of the left, and that might be her intention. My worst fear is that she's going to move right, and she's going to have a podcast, and she's going to ally herself with Nick Fuentes, and they are a farther right flank than anyone's ever seen, and super anti-Semitic. And my worst fear is that is where she's going. She's going to make a shitload of money off of a podcast, ally with Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson, and be the new right flank. And I've lots of evidence, and I've talked about why I think that before and shown evidence, but that's, if I had to guess why I think she's going there, and this is my real thing. Like I said, I think Trump has enough on her. Remember, Margarine was one of the, how many was it? It was 4 or 5 people that asked for blanket immunity, right? Before Trump left office, they wanted blanket pardons that could possibly cover anything. Matt Gaetz was another one. I'm going to show you evidence, but also once now that MAGA is turning on her, people are in the far right MAGA that hate her, that still support Trump, are alleging that, and I've talked about this. Margarine says she's a self-made poor girl from the backwoods of Georgia. She has never lived in the district she represents, and she didn't build the commercial real estate construction business. Her parents built it, and then she inherited it. So I just want to be clear. I can't stand when she's like, I came from nothing and built this business. No, you didn't, weirdo. But I would bet, because you own a pretty large commercial real estate or construction business that you've hired undocumented people, I can imagine, all I'm saying is, I don't think she could survive a primary. I think Trump has so much on her. Look what Trump is doing to the left flank, right? Like, look how many people he's taking down. And I think that Margarine, like, she was named in last year's, which we are only about a month and 12 days away from the next Unusual Whales report, which if you're like, what the F is that? Again, I suggest everyone follow the Unusual Whales account on X. It is the annual report that comes out after the first of every year where it is a comprehensive report of everyone in Congress who's insider trading. She was on the last one. She was on the 2024 report. And she's like, oh, I don't know. It's my son. Like, I bet you anything. There's so much dirt on her. And she just knows, like, there's no way I can survive a primary if all the information Trump has. Remember, all Doge did, Toodle and I were talking about this over text before I started the live. All of the little kids, remember? Did you guys not think it was a little bit strange that Elon Musk went and found 19-year-old children to go exfiltrate all the data on all American citizens illegally and bring it back to him? You know, these children are now very terrified that they're going to be prosecuted. Of course you are. You are the tiny little 19-year-old human shields that are going to prison for life. It's not going to be Trump. It's not going to be Elon Musk. Oh, yeah. Yeah. If you didn't, the kids that stole the data that worked for Elon Musk, a lot of them were 19, 20, 21. Yeah, they're little tiny kids that were hackers. And he had them go in and exfiltrate a ton of data. And now they're all like, shit, I'm going to go to jail. And when Toodle and I were talking about this, I was using the example of the 19-year-old kid who, you know, just took some documents he found. He was like, and shared them with his Discord. Remember, Trump had boxes of classified documents and was asking like leaders and billionaires from other countries to come to Mar-a-Lago so he could negotiate and show them said documents. And Trump is free. That 19-year-old kid that's just like, hey, like, look at, this is so cool. Look what I did. He is in jail for life. Like, and that's the thing. These kids are, yes, thank you. See? Don't need to remember to share. What is it, Mark Teixeira? Oh no, is Mark Teixeira a baseball player that used to be famous? Like, what's the kid? I don't think it's Mark. I keep calling is his name Jack? Okay, Jack Teixeira. Yeah, that sounds more right. I was like, I think I just named a baseball player for like the Houston Astros. I do that a lot. Like every time I'm trying to remember that 5-star Lloyd Austin. See, I got it. Lloyd Austin. I always say Miles Austin, who was like a receiver for the Dallas Cowboys. Kim Kardashian dated. Like I'm always like, I'm in the neighborhood, but not close. So I just want to play some clips because once I listen to Margarine's 10-minute video, it's actually annoying. So I'm going to play clips of people talking about it because like her version, she's like believes that she is literally Jesus Christ being nailed to a cross. So you will not be able to get through 5 minutes without being like, turn it. Nobody will be in here.
To the point you have people like Rasmussen and People's Pundit and all these folks who were for Trump saying, you know, Kana and people on the progressive left are seeing this opening. So I believe the base has been split because Trump is no longer a populist. Frankly, he's become more a Mitt Romney and just hanging out with billionaires and tax breaks to billionaires, hanging out with princes. And he's lost the populism that got him 2 terms. To the point you have people like Rasmussen and People's Pundit.
Let's listen to that again, because this is actually, I think this is one of the most brilliant things and something that made me feel better. And the more, like I did just today and all weekend, but just today, 6 hours of research on X, you know, and I actually think Ro Khanna, like usual, because he is, and people don't know this who don't understand the left flank, he's one of the only people that the right flank, MAGA supports. They like him. And even despite the fact he's brown. But if he was white, oh my God. And let me give you an example of what I mean. Remember 2016, before Trump decided to run, MAGA was going to vote for Bernie, right? They love Bernie Sanders. You will never hear, they're all like anti-Semites, but like they're burners too. In 2016, if any MAGA you debate or me has a brain, they'll be like, oh yeah, I was a burner. I supported Bernie. And Ro Khanna is like, if you don't know, he was Bernie's campaign manager. And like, is that next iteration, but they still feel weird about the brown? Like if his name was Brad Smith and he like Michael Jackson, like bleached his skin, like they'd be like, Brad Smith for president 2028. Like they love Ro Khanna. And some of the scariest people on the right that I know, that I talk to, they're like, oh yeah, I love Ro Khanna. It's just a little too brown. Like, was he born here? Have you seen his birth certificate? I'm like, oh my God.
To the point you have people like Rasmussen and People's Pundit and all these folks who are for Trump saying, Khanna and people on the progressive left are seeing this opening. So I believe the base has been split because Trump is no longer a populist. Frankly, he's become more a Mitt Romney and just hanging out with billionaires and tax breaks to billionaires, hanging out with princes. And he's
that is exactly what he's nailed it. Like and let me just say, because I know a lot of people don't really know Ro Khanna, or people like, oh, he represents Silicon Valley, like the most billionaires, but he's probably the most progressive person on the left. If you fully understand, he's probably a left libertarian. He's honestly probably left of Bernie, but like I said, he was his campaign manager. So I would say if you want to understand the farthest left that the right agrees with, it is this man. And they're right. He is right. He nailed it. So this is Rand Paul, who Trump has done a D threat against today, talking also about, and this I think is valid. I think this is why I was upset when I heard that she was resigning, because we can't just attack him from the left, because then the instinct of the right is defend this guy who's a lying grifter, right? We need the right flank to attack. And that's what worries me, is when we lose our right flank, do we have as much credibility? Because I'm sure you've heard it. Raskin is a brilliant tactician at this. He'll be like, I'm just agreeing with Marjorie Taylor Greene, and quoting her. It's not that they love her, but it's like they use the credibility of the right flank to speak to MAGA, and we need that. So when we lose a huge voice on the right flank, yeah, it concerns me. It's not because I like her.
So one of the other developments we've seen just over the weekend is...
Thank you, Zazu. I heard that. I think Dolphin told me that Johnny had Ro Khanna on his live. And I think Steve, Facts Still Matter, also worked for the Bernie campaign and knows him as well.
That Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican from Georgia, just a staunch supporter for so long of the president, has said she is going to step away because she's paid such a public price for some of her positions. Do you think there is room in your party for disagreeing with President Trump?
I think it's important that we have independent voices. So I'm sad to see her voice go away, or potentially go away. I think that she brought up something in the last week or so that was very important. What is the Republican plan for health care? So I've engaged the president on this, and I'm putting forward my own plan.
Just 2 weeks, Rand. Don't ask. It was 2 weeks. It was coming out today, and then it was just suddenly 2 weeks again. It's going to be fine.
But in my plan, what it allows for is people to buy their insurance through Collective, basically to buy their insurance through Costco or Sam's Club or Amazon.
That's already happening. Oh my God, I can't. I swear to God, if the Republican plan is what is already happening, I'm going to lose my mind. And let me just tell you why that's not a good thing. If you guys remember when I used to do lives with Jay, with RTP, and there was this crazy guy who's still very much doing lives, but he's a coward who never goes in debates anywhere. His name was Clint. And he was like, I'm in a co-op for health insurance, and it's fine. We don't have to pay that much. But the way they don't have to pay that much is they won't let anyone in who has any pre-existing conditions. Period. So if you have pre-existing conditions, which, this walking pre-existing condition here, you're not allowed in. Period. So that's what the Republicans are saying. Oh, yeah, just find a group of friends, join together, and negotiate your health insurance. Let me tell you, that's idiotic. Do you know how health insurance can be the cheapest? And I keep talking about this, but because Republicans can't do math and don't understand anything, they don't get it. We have 50 million people in this country. That's how we collective bargain. That is the cheapest it will be. And here's the kicker. If we add on, however, let's say 11 million undocumented people to that number, it's even cheaper. And that's what idiot, bigot, racists, MAGA racists don't understand, because they can't do math and they don't understand collective bargaining. Let me help you, MAGA. When that, however many more people you have, undocumented or not, it lowers it offsets your costs. And here's the kicker that you don't understand. Even if you work for a Fortune 500 company and have your own private insurance, and 11 million people, undocumented people, are kicked off of governmental health insurance, your premiums still go up. You don't get it. You're not in an isolated pool. That's what I used to describe to bless Clint's heart. If, let's say, everyone else in America stops paying, and your little pool of 200 people, you don't pay the same rates. They all go up. Every time someone drops from a health insurance pool, everyone's rates go up. It's one giant pool. So the best thing we could do to all get the cheapest rates is negotiate together, period. And that has been proven time and time again. Every developed country in the G, like the majority of them have, that's what single payer systems are about. They're cheapest that way. And that you're looking for more people. Like that's what you guys don't get. You want more people. I love when people are like, I'm not paying for some brown person to go to the hospital. You are, idiot. Let me give you your choices. You can pay 10,000% higher cost, or you can allow them into a collective bargaining pool and pay the cheapest rate. How would you like to pay? $500 for a Tylenol? Or would you like to allow them into a collective bargaining pool that lowers your rates? Those are your choices, MAGA. How would you like to pay for brown people going to the hospital? You have two choices. You're paying either way. You can pay the highest price possible, or you can allow them into a collective bargaining pool and the rates can be lowered. Either way, you're paying the same. You're paying anyways. Like, my favorite thing, and I don't advise this, and my therapist made me promise to stop, but I used to listen to MAGA Lives, and they'd be like, I'm not paying for a brown person to go to the emergency room. Well, you are. You stupid idiot. Like, you are. You just get to decide how much you pay. And people whose brains work understand that. And people whose brains work understand, just because you're in some co-op and you're like, I'm not letting anyone with pre-existing conditions in here, you're still paying for those people that you exclude. Do you not, like, what part of, unless we change the laws, which I think we're close, we are in like fascist, like dystopia land, where the next step is like, we just let brown people die when they show up to the emergency room. That might be the next step. I don't know, but if that's illegal, thanks to HIPAA, do no harm. So you can pay the highest cost for every uninsured person that shows up to the emergency room, or you can be slightly less of an idiot and you can offset that cost with insurance. So anytime you guys tell me what you decide, you guys let me know. But just know, every time you say you won't pay for them, you're still paying. Who do you think pays when an undocumented immigrant shows up to a Texas hospital right now? Because they do, like every so many seconds. Who's paying for that? It's you, Bruce, from the backwoods of Texas. It's you. We're just trying to make it cheaper. It's unbelievable that you guys still cannot figure out what's going on. We're all paying anyways. You can just use your brain and use it to make your own insurance cheaper, or you can continue being an idiot and thinking, I'm not paying for any brown people even though I still am and I'm an idiot. Like, we can all choose which group we're in. We know which group MAG is in, because you guys are absolutely incapable of figuring out. Like I always say, if your life depended on it, MAGA, you would not find your way out of a paper bag. Literally. I will die in this paper bag if I have to pay for a brown person to go to the hospital. Well, you're not going to make it. I don't know what to tell you. So I'm trying to find creative ways to play parts of Marjorie's resignation video without making you suffer through the whole thing, because it is. Okay, listen, the one person tapping the screen, I'm going to eject everyone from this live and then just keep this one person private in a private live and present the rest of this to them. Who is the one person still tapping the screen? Thank you to the one person. We're all getting arthritis together. Tap that screen. Let's go. So I found several creative ways to make you not have to listen to all of Margarine while trying to make clear what she was saying. This is a piece from Chris Hayes' live, which, by the way, I need you guys to understand, this is one of the funniest things I've ever heard. And the funniest part is like the last 5 seconds. So you have to listen. You got to hang in there and make sure to listen, because Chris Hayes, I could go into like how much I love this guy. This guy is like a brilliant lawyer. His wife is an even more brilliant lawyer. I love a man who has a more intelligent wife who's even better. And just make sure you listen to the last part, because it's like, now I get it why Asen clipped this. I was like, why is this necessary? Then I was like, oh, brilliant.
I have too much self-respect and dignity. I love my family way too much, and I do not.
Since when do you have self-respect and dignity? Q is a patriot. I think we know he's smarter than all of us.
I have too much self-respect and dignity. I love my family way too much, and I do not want my sweet district to have to endure a hurtful and hateful primary against me by the president that we all fought for, only to fight and win my election while Republicans will likely lose the midterms, and in turn be expected to defend the president against impeachment after he hatefully dumped tens of millions of dollars against me and tried to destroy me. It's all so absurd and completely unserious. I refuse to be a battered wife, hoping it all goes away and gets better. If I am...
Listen, that line, I understand. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, let me just say something. Everything before that, are you okay? Like, you have put up with, to my count, like 9 days of Trump being mad at you. Like, are you okay? You have hurled hate, and I mean off the back of like billionaires throwing money behind it, creating billion-dollar bot farms to terrorize people, and you laughed while it was happening, like, and you're like, I'm a victim. This woman is, like I said, she's trying to crawl up onto her cross and like nail herself there by herself. I don't know what you're talking about. What I will say is, I do believe, I'm trying to say this the right way, in her mind, she is day one. And I think technically she probably, for Trump, and she gave him everything she had. I just don't think she realized the money and the machine behind it. Like, you enjoyed a lot of safety while you were spewing hate. And what you're saying is, when it's not so fun, when it's coming back at you, you quit. Like, and that's unbelievable. Like, I think about, I'm obsessed with Congress, the hate this woman hurled at Jasmine Crockett. And it was racist hate. Like, you are talking about a black woman's hair, like her eyelashes, the way, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to think of the right way to say this. The money it takes for a black woman to conform to white supremacy and the patriarchy, to look the way white women do. Like, I don't think that people understand. If a black woman wants to get a job, which the most educated cross-section of America are black women, but I'm saying just hair can be $500 a week. And then I can go into eyelashes, makeup. I just think it is delusional, the hate this woman hurled while she looks. That's why the whole bad build butch body thing came out, because you're talking about, first of all, I've seen Jasmine Crockett. She is fucking flawless and beautiful. And you're talking about, the money it takes just for black women to appear in white supremacist Western civilization, to go to a job interview, is exorbitant. You couldn't imagine spending it. So then she would sit there in congressional hearings and attack a black woman who is more educated, more accomplished, I don't think we need to talk about who looks better between Jasmine Crockett, but it's the misunderstanding of just trying to fit into society. Or let me just say that wrong. Not trying, like they need to try, but the money it takes to conform, right? Like, there's this case of this black kid who was expelled from school because his hair wasn't right? Like, I think if you don't understand the money it takes to conform to Western civilization, to then work in especially like Fortune 500 America, or to go to a job interview, or to work in Congress, then you need to not speak on it. Because I was just saying that, like, I love how white women are like, black women are poor. Bitch, they're spending $500 a week just on their hair. Then let's not talk about their nails. Let's not talk about their lashes. Like, you are poor. You have no idea how much money black women have. It's another display of absolute ignorance. Like, period. Like, you could never afford to look as good as black women do. So don't try and don't talk.
Cast aside by the president and the MAGA political machine and replaced by neocons, big pharma, big tech, military-industrial war complex, foreign leaders, and the elite donor class that can never, ever relate to real Americans, then many common Americans have been cast aside and replaced as well. There is no plan to save the world or a 4D chess game being played. When common American people realize and understand that the political industrial complex of both parties is ripping this country apart, that not one elected leader like me is able to stop Washington's machine from gradually destroying our country, and instead the reality is that they, common Americans, the people, possess the real power over Washington, then I'll be here by their side to rebuild it.
And I'm telling you, and I want to be wrong, but when she crawls on over to Nick Fuentes and has a very profitable podcast, because it will be, I'm telling you, I called it. Like, if she was going to move left, she'd stay, right? And she would weather whatever storm was coming. she wants to stay on the right. That's why she left. I'm telling you, it's the same reason Matt Gaetz left. He wasn't going to move right. Creepy podcast for a child as trafficker. Like, I want to be wrong. Let's pray I'm wrong. But again, this woman trying to crawl up on her cross and nail herself to it, nobody is having it, right or left. Nobody is, no one's allowing her to get up there. She's like, she keeps getting knocked down. She's like, I'm getting up there. It's like, shut up and get down. Nobody feels sorry for you. You're not a sympathetic character. You cannot, can I please just say, I would love, and maybe this happened, I should have checked, if David Hogg, remember, I will never forget, this woman is chasing a child who almost died in the Parkland pew-pewing and is just trying to cry in front of Congress and being like, I care about my friends and please can we stop this from happening? And she chased a child and terrorized him. And he was like, please just leave me alone, and terrorized him. That's how she got famous. And you're like, here I am. Let me crawl up onto my cross. It's like, get back down. There's no world in which you are a victim. Are you? And this is my thing and why I think, I have a theory. And if you have followed me long enough, you've seen the video of her, not her current boyfriend, who I actually think is much better, but her ex. His name was Perry Green. And there's a 6-minute video of him terrorizing 2 Muslim children in a parking garage for 7 minutes. And it's when I saw who her ex-husband was, I was like, oh my God. It starts to paint a picture for me. I do think in her mind, she's a victim. But I don't think she's realizing, and this is how I have to be so careful, because I do think I've been a victim of things, but because of the defense system I created, I've also victimized a lot of people, because when you are raised by a narcissist and then you go and seek out other narcissists to date, that defense system is the best. Defense is a good offense. You become an aggressor. You start attacking people. And that's what Marjorie, and believe me, she is nothing like me and has way less empathy and intelligence. But I'm saying, I almost feel like that is her delusion. She's like, horrible things have happened to me, which I believe, because I don't think you end up like her and have not been traumatized. But she's like, look at me, I'm a martyr, I'm a victim. And it's like, no, we've all watched you aggress, terrorize children, lie on people. Yeah, you're not a victim, but in her head, right, as a child, she was. And so it's it's interesting psychologically to watch these people. And by the way, you're gonna hear me saying this a lot because I want to correct something. If you followed me long enough to watch me go around and work on Kamala's campaign for free, I've never accepted money for political endorsements. I was often, watching, interviewing Ruben Gallego and other people, and I just over and over was right next to this woman. I think we stood next to each other, touching shoulders at times, and I was like, and they'd be like, here's our newest candidate, freshman running for Congress, Yasamin Ansari. And I was like, oh God, we don't have time for this. She's probably not going to win. And who's she going to be? I was wrong. I'm telling you, I cannot express how wrong I was. Yasamin Ansari is the new AOC, and we need her in Arizona. This woman is, unbelievably intelligent, unbelievably aggressive, and strategic. And I am just honored to just say, thank God I stood next to her and touched her shoulder. This woman is going to be someone. I don't even know if it's her first year in Congress. I didn't even show anyone this because I was like, I don't know why she's doing this. We'll see. She set up a table outside of Mike Johnson's office. It was Mike Johnson refuses to come to work, so I'll answer questions. for him. She has proved me wrong. Like, this woman is a keeper. She is tenacious, and thank God, because we need this person in Arizona. So just remember this name, because I'm telling you, she is a force.
Because she is, I mean, you're right. If she had not signed on to that discharge petition, this wouldn't have happened. I mean, this bill wouldn't have ever made it to President Trump's desk. Obviously, Lauren Boebert and Nancy Mace as well, along with Thomas Massie. But given, what she has faced as a result of that, do you worry that other Republicans won't be willing to do so? Or do you think that this will make them more willing to do so?
I just think we're past that now when it comes to the Epstein files issue. I think that, the survivors are not going anywhere. The oversight committee, at least on the Democratic side, we are not going anywhere. We are going to get to the truth and make sure people are held accountable for this. I think largely on just Republicans more broadly, I think the Republican Party is an absolute mess right now. I mean, I think Speaker Mike Johnson completely embarrassed himself this week and over the last couple of months, flip-flopping on this issue and then having Donald Trump turn around and essentially endorse Republicans signing on to this bill. He looked really, really ridiculous and all of that. And so I think the Republican caucus in general, the cracks are there. They're just going to deepen from here. But I do hope that more Republicans will show the same type of bravery and standing up to the authoritarianism, to the corruption, to the fact that the Republican Party has no plan on health care, their ties to special interests, and so much more. And when it comes to the Epstein files, again, I assure you that oversight Democrats and the oversight committee is not going to back down until we get the files released once and for all.
Because she is...
That's what I want to say. If you do you know how hard it is to be your first year in Congress and be clipped by Asen, who's now he's like the editor of clips for Midas Touch, but before that he just I'm telling you, she is somebody. And if you knew her, it's kind of funny because she's from the west side of Phoenix, her district. I was like, oh God, this, I hope, who knows? I should that's the beauty. It's with women in Congress, because nobody will listen to women. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the thing. Nobody will listen to you. Think about it. Look at Kamala Harris and how people I couldn't get on board. She was dumb. And it's she was the most qualified candidate for president in the history of all candidates for president. And you could not get on board. So if you want to earn respect as a woman, think, how did Jasmine Crockett do? You know what I mean? You've got to fight, claw, scratch. And, well, I wouldn't describe that with Jasmine. She's a force that just moved her way in and created space. But do you know what I'm saying? You have to just be listen, you are an idiot, and now I'm here to inform you of that repeatedly over and over until I have space. And not just with the right, who's F her, but on the left, right? You've got to convince men on the left in Congress, of 200 something odd people, to make space for you. And she's just excuse me, make some space for me. And there are very few people in their freshman year that get clipped as much as her, that just are hey, if you're not going to give me space, I'm going to make space for myself and do things so you hear me. And I'm not saying this as someone who lives in Arizona. My worst flaw is I don't follow Arizona politics, until it's time and I need to. Do you know what I'm saying? If I need to, I do. But I am very focused on Capitol Hill, what they call the Punch Bowl. That is the Secret Service name for Capitol Hill. And the way this woman is excuse me, I will, in fact, be heard. If I would never, ever have thought she would force her way into this, especially being from Glendale, Arizona. That doesn't mean to anyone to anything unless you're from the greater Phoenix area. But whoever this woman is, she's a winner. We need to follow her, and I am. And let's talk about another winner. And this is even better. Adam Mockler. Like, I get it. And like, oh God, I still feel bad. If any of you listening now were there, like there was this night, like me and Joanna and like, I can't remember who else was there. I don't know what happened, but I said something about how like, I just thought like, what if as many people that listen to Dean's live, listen to Joanna, Shantae's live, like, or something like that. And then this white lady from Australia came up and started screaming at me. Literally. And I still feel bad because she's like, I've watched you for years. Dean is an amazing person. He's never done anything wrong in his life, and you shouldn't say that. I was like, I'm not saying he has. I'm just saying, like, maybe we should listen to black women who are brilliant, and I'm like, it's just crazy to me how, like, there's just these people that are like, I will die for Dean Withers. It's like, okay, then die for him. I think that's a weird cause. But let me just tell you something. And I'm not going to die for Adam Mockler, but I'll say something. And I'm going to say it now because I have, I watch people silently. And that's the thing. I'm an observer. Like, Jay used to always say to me when we worked together, you don't know me. You don't know me at all. I've never told you anything about me. You don't know me. Stop acting like you know me. I don't need anybody to tell me about them to know who you are. Knowing someone is not what people tell you. What people say could be true, it could not be true. What people do, that is who people are. I don't need you to tell me who you are. I will watch who you are and then I will know, right? And that is why I'm so interested in being like going to therapy, because it's not who I tell you I am. It's my pattern of behavior that tells who I am, right? Like, and that's the truth. And Adam Mockler, I am telling you, and let me just say something. If I had to choose of all these little TikTok stars, like Parker and his empathy, I think I would choose him as probably the leader, but his empathy is almost a crutch to him because I think sometimes he will like shy away from the spotlight. But let me tell you something. Adam Mockler, and I'm calling it now, this man is not just a star on the internet. And I don't know, man, how old is this child? Can someone look up how old he is? I don't know. I'm telling you, he is a star. This is the second time, and I mean like, Pete Buttigieg reincarnate? Is that you growing up in front of our eyes? And like to be, yeah, are you talking about The Darker Knight wrote Chris? Are you talking about Chris Mowry? Chris Mowry, yeah, like, ooh, there's a lot of reports about how he treats women that are super scary. So yeah, no, that's going to be a no, but you might not have any idea what I'm talking about. Because I like the aggression. The first time I saw Chris Mowry screaming in a car, I was like, yes, because I'm aggressive. But here's the problem with that type of aggression. Comes from a lot of trauma. Same reason I'm very honest about who I am, how damaged I still am. Like, I can't be like representing a large group. I mean, actually probably could in a good way. And I would do it with every ounce of energy. But I'm just saying, like, when you like that energy, that aggression that people on the internet like, it comes from a dark place that can also have dark results. That's all I'm going to say about that. But I want to say this. The people you see on the internet, which I'll say this, sometimes I always watch like, and this is coming from that CNN roundtable that Abby Phillip hosts, and I'll see like these political pundits, and I'm just like, God, come to TikTok and debate. You will be eaten. Like, these people they would not last one day on a TikTok panel. They would be eaten alive. They would be like, I quit and I'm going home and taking all my toys and never coming back for any reason. And I talked about this, if you watch the People's Receipts, I think a month ago. The first time I saw Adam Mockler sit on Abby Phillip's panel, I don't think I ever showed you. He debated 3 people at the same time. Literally. And I mean, not aggressively, not like, let me tell you, and the reason I'm getting the most airtime is because I'm over talking everyone. Like, that's what I would do. I'd just be like, excuse me, I'm literally going, if anyone tries to talk, I'm talking louder. That's not, you can't operate the way I do. That's why I spend my time alone talking at people. Like, Adam Mockler is something special. Truly, the way he pivots, the way he communicates, it's very Momdami, it's very Pete Buttigieg. It's a special skill to remain calm in situations where a normal person wouldn't remain calm. And I think where he gets that is, you know, he would stand outside of like Trump rallies and have conversations with crazy people threatening to unalive him. So talking to like clueless political pundits, the first time I saw him on that round table, he literally debated 3 people effectively, calmly, defeated every argument. And by the end, everyone's like, oh, that was you know, like when you can prove everyone wrong and then they're like, thank you for the experience of you embarrassing me. That was a lovely experience. Like they literally thanked him for being right. And I was like, that is something I have not seen in a long time. He was on the show again yesterday, so I just wanted to show you a few clips. I'm telling you, I would bet all of my money on this kid. He will be somewhere, and I mean in big politics, doing big things. This kid is brilliant. He has the perfect temperament for this. Whoever this guy is, like, this is the guy that was fighting for Trump. It's like he doesn't even have words to say. Like, it's like, why are you here, sir? Oh, he's the former, that's what it was. I never saw that. He's the former Republican leader of the New York City Council. Well, a 23-year-old calmly and respectfully dog walked you, and then you were like, you know, and the girl, the cute girl you'll see who doesn't speak, the reason she's not speaking is because the first time he was on this show, like calmly and very respectfully, dog walked her while dog walking 2 other people. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
That was fine when she was supporting Trump, but now all of a sudden it's not.
It's like Marjorie Taylor Greene is realizing for the first time what it's like to be on the opposition side of Trump. She has clapped him on for years as he has over and over used the same vile rhetoric towards Democrats, towards other Republicans. But now she takes a principled stance for the first time and decides, I'm going to split with him on the Epstein files. And he goes scorched earth, calls her Marjorie Trader Greene, unendorses her over and
Trader
over.
Brown, he changed her.
It was so lazy too. He says, because green grass turns brown. This guy's losing his juice. But the point is, Donald Trump has kicked so many people out of public life because they don't want to be the subject of his ire. This is what Mike Pence has gone through. This is what Liz Cheney has gone through. This is what Alyssa Slotkin is going through right now. He calls Marjorie a traitor, says he wants to execute or hang Democrats.
That was fine when she was supporting Trump.
I might find the other clips because it's like, this is actually like, no one fought him on this episode because the first episode, like, they were like, oh, who's this like child who's trying to talk? And then they, you know, that was the first time I was like, holy shit. He's like a dream weaver that like lulls people into a sense of security while informing them, see this girl, this is the one. I'm gonna see if I still have the clips. I had to delete so many things because like I need like or I have to get 6 more cell phones. See her side eye, she's bless her heart, I can't remember her name. She has no idea what she's talking about, but like that's the only, like there's no like if you're, the problem with Republicans is the lines of logic are never going to be on your side. That's like why when I would debate with Pickles and like these young little gamer kids would show up, I'm like, your brain is working, like just keep thinking and you'll move left naturally. Like I don't need to correct you. Like if you can keep following lines of logic, then they move left. Like that's how I ended up here. It's not a choice if you can think.
Loose. Can I hop in on the MAGA fracture really quickly? Because one point that I think you missed is that people like Nick Fuentes or this America First movement are now going to be hardcore lobbying to get Marjorie Taylor Greene on their side, which will only accelerate this MAGA divide between a more I don't know, anti-Israel, a more really populist movement versus now what's kind of becoming like the MAGA establishment, which is weird. So Nick Fuentes, he's a legitimate political operator. I know that he's like a hugely divisive dude online, but he is trying to make moves to gain leverage over the Republican Party. There's a very real chance that he capitalizes on this in such a way that Marjorie is then in his camp. I don't think that would be good for the current MAGA establishment.
I think loose.
Can I hop in on the MAGA fracture really quick?
Thing that's funny, and I invite, go back and watch this. You can find like the whole thing goes straight through. The only person, because like normally when people talk fast, it's annoying to me, but what, like, he is just speaking and he's making perfect sense the entire time, like, and never like breaking stride. And the only person on this panel that kept up with him was the black woman. And I'm not talking about Abby, the host is black, but I mean, there's a black woman sitting on the panel, and at times she'd just be like, and on top, great point, and on top of that, he'd be like, thank you, I didn't think of it that way. And I'm like, oh my God, this is just amazing to watch, because it's like we've got two Trump supporters that are like, I don't even understand what the two smart people are talking about, so I'm just breaking the lines of logic. And then like this 23-year-old white child and a black woman are just like pinging back and forth off of each other. I was like, oh my God, this is fascinating to witness.
She has made almost no impact for her constituents. She has been divisive for the sake of being divisive.
But that has never been a problem. I mean, explain that to me.
I want to say this because, listen to me. What you are going to see is and no offense to however he got into any position of power, he's not very smart. When conversations move fast, his brain shuts down. This is misogyny, right? Okay, this is what I will defend Marjorie Taylor Greene against. This guy's point is, hey, Marjorie Taylor Greene is just a dumb woman. When Trump does the same thing she does, he's smart. When another man says the exact same words as Marjorie Taylor Greene, he's clever and smart. But Marjorie Taylor Greene's just a dumb woman. Do you know what I'm saying? This is the problem with the right of allowing a woman to have a place. This is the problem. It's him right there. Like he's going. When I heard this, I was like, there it is. There's the problem. Like if you're a white male, you're clever. If you're a woman, well, you have to be a white woman on the right. If you're a woman with a tiny brain who's annoying men.
She has made almost no impact for her constituents. She has been divisive for the sake of being divisive.
That has never been a problem. I mean, explain that to me.
She learns it from Trump.
But hold on.
But I've also never said that she's this great person.
But don't you think
it's not that
her voters have never been, if that is true, I think Democrats would argue that is true. Republicans historically have not said that about her. But if that is true.
It's not true.
And her voters didn't really care until this moment, what does that say?
Look, what I was going to say is compare her to someone like Jim Jordan, who some people find abrasive. But
Jim Jordan is so dumb. Let me just say something about Jim Jordan is painfully dumb. Like, if his thesis statement is Jim Jordan is a genius, and this is my thesis statement, if you can't identify that Jim Jordan is a pathological liar, a coward, and an idiot, then that is telling of how dumb you are. It's an indictment of your intelligence. His statement is Marjorie Taylor Greene is dumb and Jim Jordan isn't. I don't know what a dumber thesis statement to argue could possibly. And then he's like, and Trump can say all the same things as Marjorie, and that's makes him smart and clever, and she's still dumb. Like, that's not a good point, sir.
Someone like Jim Jordan, who some people find abrasive. But his pugilistic style is to come with facts. He brings receipts, and maybe he rubs people the wrong way. But there's intention there, and there's a rationale. She just trolled people. She spent 4 years in the House of Representatives troll people for no reason. So
she learned it from Trump.
Yeah,
Trump posts AI videos of Obama being arrested. Trump posts videos of Hakeem Jeffries in a sombrero. Trump says
What's so
Democrats should be
different that
executed. Marjorie Taylor Greene's style is downstream from Trump's style. It's not unique in any way.
Trump does all those funny things with an objective.
They're not funny. With the execution of Democrats is funny.
The sombrero thing, if I put
that
this
funny?
square on you.
Shutdown?
I think it's hysterical. Yeah,
Why?
I think it's funny.
What's
I think it's
funny?
I think he's
So
making
what's the
fun of his
difference
opponents.
between what she does and what Trump does?
Exactly, you're defending it.
I think she does it for no purpose and for no gain, and she has nothing to show for
What's
it.
his purpose?
She has made almost.
When Trump is a dumbass idiot, it has a purpose. And when a woman is a dumbass idiot, it has no purpose. And Jim Jordan is intelligent and Marjorie Taylor Greene is not. Let me help you. That I don't think there's a dumber and I watch this panel every night and it's painful and I don't clip it because it's so painful. I don't want you guys to have to witness it. That's the dumbest claim I've ever heard made. Like, what? Jim Jordan is smart? I've watched he's the chair of judiciary, which is a disgrace to people beholden to the ethics of the bar everywhere. He lies regularly, disputes, and I don't know if he's lying or he's dumb. And I actually suspect it's a combination of both, but I assure you, he is not smart. Never has been. He's a coward. And you're basically saying, hey, if a man is a fucking idiot, it's funny. If a woman tells the same exact jokes, I hope she dies and goes away. Like, what? When Trump makes idiotic jokes that make no sense and are bigoted, hilarious. If a woman does the same exact thing because she learned it from him, idiotic. Like, that makes perfect sense. If you're a misogynist, bigot, and an idiot who does not know the difference between the truth and a lie. And I cannot stress this more. Jim Jordan lies all the time. And if I give him the biggest benefit of the doubt that he's not an idiot, then he's a pathological liar because he's not getting anything correct. I suspect half of that is he's an idiot. Like, if I had to name someone I looked up to in the Republican Party, the dead last person would be Jim. I fold like a lawn chair and let the Ohio State wrestling team be graped. And then I fold like a lawn chair again and don't help them get accountability, Jordan. That would never be the person. I'd be like, he's smart. And like when he says pugilistic, that has nothing to do with being smart. He's saying he fights. So does Marjorie. She's an idiot who fights. Like, the Republican Party is so misogynistic. And this is my point. You were never going to win, Marjorie. Thank you for recognizing that. They can't hear you talking because you're a woman. That's why men come into my life. They're like, there's a woman with a tiny brain with pigtails. No, if you found 20 of you, that would equal 1/10 of my intelligence. You guys are all idiots. But I'm still a woman to them. So they're like, okay, I can pick on her because she's dumb. No, you're dumb. You're so dumb. It hurts me to have to converse with you all. But I'm just a woman, so they can't see it. Like, that's the scariest part about these people is they're like, and I'm telling, I'll get into the Adam Mockler stuff later. I'm going to work on his campaign. If I ever have to work in politics again, it will be for him. But I do love Jasmine's comments about Margarine, quitting, because it is. She's taking her ball and going home. She's probably being blackmailed too, but I'm just saying. Because, a lot of people have been threatened by Trump. They're just fine, indict me, let it all come out, whatever. And she's quitting.
Shocking announcement from Congresswoman Greene. What went through your mind when you first heard she was going to resign on January 5th?
You know what? Honestly, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. You're on the other side of the president for 1 week and you can't take the heat. Imagine what it is to sit in my shoes, to not only be on the opposite side of him, but to have people like her who are constantly fanning the flames of hate. And imagine what those threats look like when you literally are someone like me. But at the end of the day, I know that I serve the people of Texas 30. And so my job isn't to be there and necessarily do whatever is going to make the president not be on my back, but instead is to focus on making sure that I can push forward with policies that are positive for Texas 30.
Shocking announcement from Congresswoman Green. What went through your mind when you first heard she was going to resign on January 5th?
You know what? Honestly, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. You're on the other side of the president for 1 week and you can't take the heat. Imagine what it is to sit in my shoes, to not only be on the opposite side of him, but to have people like her who are constantly fanning the flames of hate. And imagine what those threats look like when you literally...
Sorry if it replayed. My dad just came in and I had to help it for a second. Everything's okay. Anyways. Because like that's a great point. And here's my second favorite point she makes.
This really speaks to the fact that Marjorie, who has been an instigator of a lot of this hate that we see as it relates to the MAGA movement, it's just interesting that I don't know if she really fully understood how bad she was making it for other people. And now that they're doing it to her, I just gotta say, well, why is it that everyone else is able to stand and you can't? This really speaks.
People have been indicted. People have been publicly humiliated. People have been lied about. And they can take it. And that is, I think, I think it's two things. I think she's not built for this, right? She can dish it. She can terrorize. Because, think about it. When I first heard Jasmine Crockett's kind of statements about this, what I thought was, can you imagine, I can't remember where it came from, but there was this, person interviewing people and being like, hey, going at Trump rallies to white people and being like, would you trade positions with a black person? They're like, no, never. Because of course you wouldn't, right? Of course you wouldn't. Because you would have to experience the hellfire, the discrimination, the terror, the intrinsic systemic discrimination just built in to everyday life. On top of that, find the energy to get, that will stop you from upward mobility, stop you from getting a job, get you pulled over on your way home from a job interview. You will be terrorized in ways you could never imagine. And you have to then work, learn to overcome that, stand back up, and then on top of that, mount the fight that you watch, get the education that Jasmine Crockett has, mount and then fight on top, you're seeing her fight in the Texas State House as in the constant minority of a super majority of terrifying racists, and then move from there to Congress and keep fighting when you have to fight some idiot named Marjorie Taylor Greene who's like, Q is a patriot, the Jewish space lasers are coming, and I'm going to terrorize a black woman who's smarter than me because I feel insecure. Marjorie cannot imagine finding the will inside her to fight. And that's I think what comes from being in the minority, or what comes from being in a minority group, right? Or the fight in the trans community, what it takes to pick yourself up and just go to the grocery store when you are going to be shit on is something that Marjorie Taylor Greene does not have it in her. She's a coward. She does not have the fight in her. If you were a fighter, when Trump said, hey, I know all of your horrible secrets, they are all coming out, be like, good. Whatever I am, you are worse. And that's the crazy part. I keep telling myself when I'm like, okay, I'm not a good person, and then I'm like, wait a minute. Trump is the worst person I've could ever I am a 1,000,000% better person than Donald Trump, and he's sitting in the highest office in the country. Margarine does not have what it takes, because Like, minorities are put through a proving ground. Like, every day you have to show up at elementary school, you know, and your hair looks weird as a black girl. That's a fight. You know, you are learning to fight, to like have the strength it takes to get up and fight. And like, Margarine, you're a coward. That's the thing. You had the backing of so much money and so much power, and you threw mud every chance you got. And the minute all that turned on you, where are you? You're a coward. I don't care what you're being blackmailed with. It can't possibly, unless you're a child sex trafficker, it's not worse than Trump. It can't possibly be worse than who that man is. Like, it cannot possibly be. So whatever he has on you, all I know is you're a coward. And what scares me most, the more I think about this and talk about it loud, is because I think she doesn't want to move left. I think she wants to move right. So she's got to drop out because it's not smart to fight now, right? She's going to move farther right and start a podcast and hang out with Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes. That's what I actually think is about to happen. And she's going to be rich, and she's going to be Alex Jones. She can tell any lies she wants. I mean, until the lawsuits come in. That's my worst fear of who she's going to become now. And we'll get to that because trust me, I have more on this. I just want to talk about Jake Ocean's. Well, I don't know if I have time right now. I love him and he makes some good points, but I don't think I have time. Let me go to AOC. AOC, I think this is AOC's points. You know how Donald Trump made all those threats against Democrats? Oh, wait, hold on. Joe B1 Kenobi, here's my weekly contribution to the Felice Needs a New Computer Fund. Hope you have an uneventful Thanksgiving. You're the best, Joe B1. No, you're the best. Thank you. The Broken Computer Fund is right here, and I will add your money to it. Also, thank you, Bethany, starting $2 train. Let's go. Thank you so much. Sorry I didn't see this earlier. Marjorie makes me feel very angry. Computer Fund. Thank you, Triska, for the $10. We are almost there. Love you guys. I just want to play this clip. Thank you for the sunglasses of AOC this weekend because I'm just like, I love this woman. And this is a woman also. This is my point. When you have to raise up from nothing and you are brown, like, you learn to fight, right? You learn, like, you have a hardened exterior. I don't think Margarine has ever faced a real fight in her life. Because you don't fold like a lawn chair the first time someone threatens you and run.
To be honest, the president's remarks I think, indicate a level of instability. It's not just shocking, it's not just offensive, it's bizarre, it is erratic, it's volatile, and I think it indicates a mental state that we should all be questioning right now, whether that's emotional, mental, what have you. It is not normal to make these accusations. It is not normal to invoke these kinds of threats of violence. And it's also not normal to also dramatically misquote, as Carolyn Leavitt was doing, what these members of Congress said. They made a very clear message to U.S. service members, which is that you do not have to obey an illegal order. And I think that's an important message to reiterate, because this administration seems to be increasingly trying to go down that path. To be honest,
let me also show you, like, when you grow up in a way that you need to fight. I'm getting kind of passionate. Everyone remembers, because it's kind of ironic, Marjorie's deciding to fold like a lawn chair when she's attacked by her own friends. Remember Al Green? Because one of Margarine told many delusional lies in her 10-minute farewell video where she's trying desperately to crawl up onto her cross and crucify herself. And she's like, I impeached Department of Homeland Security Secretary Marcus. No, you didn't, weirdo. You tried to impeach Mayorkas, and then a real fighter unhooked his IVs and literally in a hospital gown wheeled himself into Congress and voted against you to stop you. Lauren Boebert impeached Mayorkas. Let's get it right, because some of us actually know what's going on. So let me show you what real fighters do. This was Al Green on Saturday talking about his fight. He's Al Green, the guy who stopped Margarine from impeaching Mayorkas by in a hospital gown that was open in the back. Literally, he is vowing to impeach Trump from impeaching Mayorkas by from impeaching Mayorkas by from impeaching Mayorkas by from impeaching Mayorkas by
and there will be articles of impeachment voted on in the Congress of the United States.
Can you not hear me? Hold on. I can't hear the loop if there's loop. Can you guys go flip in? And, okay, we're okay. Because I can't hear. I'm hearing in my ears and I don't hear loop. Okay, good. Everything, it seems like it's okay. Because if it's not, I have no idea why. And I can't fix that. It's like, that's a problem I can't fix.
There will be articles of impeachment filed.
Love that he's waving that cane, because one of the reasons he almost got censured, remember, like, this is my point why I was confused about what censuring someone in Congress was, because Republicans just show up and they're like, we're censuring everyone. I think they might have censured him, or they tried to. They said that he waved his cane around too much or something. Like, literally, I'm pretty sure Al Green was censured for waving his cane in people's faces. So that's why I was like, I thought we just censured people like when you were annoyed with them. I didn't understand it was like a final action after an ethics investigation, because Republicans use it differently.
And there will be articles of impeachment voted on in the Congress of the United States of America. We are not going to just file. We are going to have every member of Congress take a stand. This is a time for all of us to take a stand. You vote your conscience. My conscience tells me that I must vote to impeach a president who would put the lives of members of Congress at risk, a president who disrespects the Constitution, who doesn't believe in the separation of powers, who doesn't believe that people have a right to peacefully assemble and protest, a president who wants to be an authoritarian, who is devolving our democracy into a dictatorship. He must be impeached. He must be convicted. He must be removed. There will be...
When I grow up, I'm going to be Al Green, I swear. I'm working towards it. Like, any day now. When I grow up, I will be waving a cane around and impeaching people like him. I love that man. So I'm just saying, Margarine, again, like, you don't have to be such a coward. You could also just look around and be like, oh, like, the fight is on, let's fight. Now, if you don't know, today, I can't even say this. I'm not calling it the Department of War. I refuse. Because our astronaut, who is brilliant, you know, we always worried in Arizona, will we ever replace John McCain? Someone the left and the right could possibly feel the same way about. And then we found our astronaut, Mark Kelly, who Trump, I don't know if you guys are aware of the new latest bullshit. Pete Kegsbreath released a statement this morning, right before I started my live, that they are going to call Senator Mark Kelly, astronaut Mark Kelly, 25 years in the Navy flying planes in combat Mark Kelly, back to active duty so they can court-martial him. That's their plan to shut Senator Mark Kelly up, which I actually think is a bad plan, because the thing about Arizona is you don't speak ill of John McCain, and now you don't speak ill of Mark Kelly. We did find a replacement we all seem to love. And remember, his wife is Gabby Giffords, the woman who was shot in the head in Tucson in political violence. Like, And Trump's like, we're like, it's insane. Like, you come from Mark Kelly, the people of Arizona who have way too many pew-pews, not me, the rest of them, might have a problem with you.
We're a country of laws. Nobody swears loyalty to the president or anybody else in the chain of command, for that matter. The loyalty is to the Constitution and to the rule of law. So it's not going around anybody. We also didn't specifically mention, the president. We talked about the administration, and Congress has oversight responsibilities for the Department of Defense and all other executive branch departments. For us, this is part of our job. This is part of our responsibility. I serve on the Armed Services Committee, but I also spent 25 years in the Navy, Graham, and I know the challenges of that job. And I was shot at multiple times flying in combat. I, flew a rocket ship into space. Those are dangerous jobs. I didn't think my job in...
Don't want to do this, but our senator is better than yours, so just saying. Like, do you guys have a senator that flew a rocket ship into space that has a twin that also flew a rocket ship into space? I'm just pointing out, for once, Arizona made a good decision when we replaced John McCain. We found someone even more awesome. No, just kidding.
United States
we
Senate
love John McCain. We love him the most.
Would get more dangerous. I certainly do understand the risks, but I didn't expect that it would get more dangerous because the president wakes up one morning and decides that he didn't like something that I said and my colleagues said, and now he's going to call for our execution. He called for us to be hanged because he didn't like the words that came out of our mouths. We're a country of laws.
Here's my favorite part. I think if you're wondering where this interview happened, I believe this was on The Bulwark. Because, Mark Kelly, that's the thing. Like, Mark Kelly is a mixture, right? Like, John McCain didn't, not to say, Mark Kelly's fine with women choosing what to do with their bodies and getting health care. Thank God. John McCain wasn't. But, like, the thing is in Arizona, there's such polarizing opposites. It's like, you got to agree on someone, right? And it's like, we love Mark Kelly. We can all agree on. Look, and this is my favorite part of this thing that happened. Oh, no, wait. This was on 12 News. This part was on 12 News. So this is our local news station. So imagine this, like, my dad watches this news channel, which makes me happy.
Well, Donald Trump will do anything to extract more of his supporters' money out of their pockets into his pockets. He's going to look for every opportunity. Guns, Bibles, sneakers, meat, wine, bad university degrees. I mean, whatever he can to extract an extra nickel out of the pockets of people that support him, he will do. So I'm not surprised. Well, Donald...
Just say something. It takes me a lot to say this is a good compromise for Arizona. I don't love moderates, but I'm telling you, Mark Kelly is a fearless leader. And like the way he never blinks, like, let me show you what I'm talking about. Trump is trying, Pete Kegsbreath, who he's sobered up to have somebody else probably write this. Let's be honest, like, we don't know if Pete wrote any of this. We don't know if he can write. His wife probably wrote it while nursing him with more box of wine. We don't know. But this is from Ron Philip Cassie. So Hegseth is now threatening to recall Senator Mark Kelly to active duty in order to court-martial him, which would be the most amazing trial of all time. Because, yes, do platform Mark Kelly, and every last MAGA person in Arizona who was loyal to Trump will turn on you. Because I'm telling you, you don't ever question Arizonans' love for Mark Kelly. It's very similar to John McCain. It's like we were like, I don't know, we can't attach to someone this quickly. We just lost John. And it's like, Mark Kelly walks around and people are like, oh my God, it's John McCain reincarnate. The Department of War, which we're seriously doing this? We're doing this because it costs like millions upon millions of dollars to rebrand something, I just want you to know our tax dollars are paying for Trump to like feel more like a man. The Department of War has received serious allegations of misconduct. Like, okay, Keg's breath, who actually has serious allegations both during your time serving, and also there is that very credible 26-page police report of where you were credibly accused of rape while you were married to your first wife and had your Fox News producer pregnant with your now child, who is now, your current wife. And then you were in Santa Barbara at the Women's Republican Conference speaking, and then you allegedly and very credibly raped a woman whose husband and children were waiting for her to come back to her hotel room, who allegedly got an STI from you. You remember that. I'm just saying, just a person who can read, whatever. So anyways, whatever. We're calling into question people's character. Remember, this man has a 25-year history as a pilot in the Navy, then started flying spaceships to space alongside his twin brother, and whose wife is Gabby Giffords, who was also a congressperson who was pew-pewed in the head and survived it and went on like a literal year-long campaign tour for Kamala Harris. And you're talking about what this guy's up to? Like, we're fishing in the wrong place, because this is the only person, the far right and the far left of Arizona is like, I will die if you come for him. So good luck with that, Keg's breath. My guess is you are not going to win this war. Okay. The Department of War has received serious allegations of misconduct against Captain Mark Kelly. I can't even read this. In accordance with the Uniform Code of Military Justice and other applicable regulations, a thorough review of these allegations has been initiated to determine further actions, which may include recall to active duty for court-martial proceedings, being like, hey, you're retired, you're now in active duty, and we're going to court-martial you, like start a military trial against you. This matter will be handled in compliance with military law, something Pete Kegsbreath knows nothing about. Anyways, I just find this... Yeah, here's the thing. When Trump and other charlatans like Kegsbreath are faced with people who, are actually have integrity, they get so enraged they don't know what to do. Like, good luck. I do wish you luck against coming after Mark Kelly. I myself looked for several reasons to hate him. And I mean that. Like, I tried to find what was wrong with him when he was running for Congress. And I'm telling you, for some reason, he's not you, Trump. He's not a creeper. He's not a rapist. He's not a child diddler. He's not any of the things allegedly you may or may not have done. You too, Kegsbreath. He's not randomly assaulting women at conferences, allegedly giving Republican blonde-haired, blue-eyed women STIs and paying them for their silence. I don't believe any, allegedly. I mean, not the paying off of silence. That is real. But, whatever. I just don't think you're going to have the same luck you might going after a Republican. I don't think it's going to go that way for you. I have two more clips of Mark Kelly, because, kind of directly speaking. Well, I'm trying to decide. Do I want to play wait, what is this? No, I kind of want to flip. I'll play more about Mark Kelly, because I'm going to wait and see the court-martial, whatever Kegsbreath is up to, saying that they're going to call him to active duty and court-martial him. I don't have clips of him after that's happened. I actually think they're going to look more the same as these, which after they called for his hanging, which was like, yeah, I've had real problems in space where I thought I was going to die. And if Trump thinks him saying something about me scares me, he's wrong. That's how John McCain was. Like, you could never get an emotional reaction from him. So, yeah, I don't think we'll ever see. He'll just be like, yeah, that's embarrassing and weird. I do just want to show or play this video before this ends, too. This is from, God, I always get them confused, Brett Meiselas. And let me just show the title of this article in case anyone wants to get into it, because more information is coming out like every minute about this. So, which some people are like, oh, he did it accidentally. I don't believe it. You know, I think little Elon Musk, little Elmo, Space Karen, is still kind of bitter about how he was thrown out of Congress. Now Doge is being disbanded. So all of a sudden a feature pops up on X, which again, I'm glad you don't know and you shouldn't go on there because it's a dangerous place. So all of a sudden a feature pops up on X where every single account, it says where the account it originated from. Which, okay, cool. I mean, that makes me uncomfortable because I really would prefer people didn't know where I was to come on and live me. But the problem is all of the MAGA accounts, it turns out none of them are in America. Shocking, right? Like, we've talked about this. These aren't, like, some of the biggest MAGA influencers. I think I tried to highlight some. Let me see. No, wait, hold on. There's a couple of clips. Seeing all these MAGA accounts... This is Harry's post about it. This is easily one of the greatest days on this platform, seeing all of these MAGA accounts get exposed as foreign actors trying to destroy the United States. Yeah, but these are foreign actors most likely being paid by Trump. I don't think people understand how the internet works. It's not like randos in Africa and are just like, oh, like, this is interesting to me to do this. No, they're being paid. This is what Russia does. The Wagner Group that has this giant base. The Wagner Group is the private paid Russian army. Sorry if no one knows. And they operate, like, they have a huge base in Africa. And this is one of their, like, this is what I keep saying. Americans, like, excuse me, MAGA idiot white males are always like, we got to be prepared for war. We got to get more warships in the South China Sea, because what's China up to? They're up to the internet. That's what everyone's up to, you dummies. Oh, do we need another giant aircraft carrier? And everyone else is just... America has already got online. The right flank of America has been infiltrated by Russian disinformation. It already happened. We don't need an aircraft carrier to protect you dummies from yourselves. It's over. You got God. You guys are idiots. It's over. The war happened on X, and your brains lost the war. It's over. We don't need to get more boats in the Pacific Ocean. You guys are dumb, and we already lost. Literally. I want to see, like, oh, this one. Look, I personally, MAGA Nation, it's at MAGA Nation X, 392.7 thousand followers. Like, wait, hold on. Where does it say? And now you can see this, it shows up. This is the feature Elon turned on so everyone would know he wasn't who they said they were. Eastern Europe. These are Russian accounts or Eastern non-EU, right? So Russia. Here's another one. News. This is like an Ivanka Trump fan account that has like 1 million followers. I have been so disturbed by some of the things this account posted. Nigeria. Shocking. We're shocked, but we're not shocked. And, like, you tell me what Elon would turn on this feed. And he's like, oh, I didn't know. Like, yeah, I think Elon's very angry at... He's like a child whose toys were taken away. And he's like, oh, okay, if you don't like me anymore, I don't like you anymore. Like, well, see, I'll take your toys away. This is total Armageddon for the online right. It's looking like half of their large accounts were foreigners posing as American. They're not foreigners. Like... I can't believe, no offense, even the left, like, how do you guys not know how the internet works? These are huge farms that are paid by people. MAGA is paying, and not just like, I'm not talking about bots. I'm saying, imagine like I'm trying to think like the right way to say this. Like, what is it called? A sweatshop where like there's thousands of sewing machines and they're making clothes for Nike. So these same sweatshops exist for the internet, and it's not bots. Bots are algorithms and fake people. Like, imagine that there are millions of phones like in a warehouse, and there are these like workers making cents a day setting up these accounts. That is what it is. Troll farms, but probably like, to me, troll farms are like, you know, like, let me just give you the levels of this as I know it, because I used to sell advertising in the tech industry, or I worked for a tech company that wanted people, a huge social media company that wanted people to buy advertising. So my job was to work with the huge ad agencies in New York. And like, this is when they were developing their strategy around this. Some ad agencies are like, okay, we can get, you can buy, for people, you can buy followers through bots. Those are fake, right? That's an algorithm of fake people. Then there's people like, these are humans. Those are bot farms, which I guess people like troll farms, but I would call them, it's human beings in some place, like in a sweatshop, like creating personas and following accounts. And then there's like super expensive things, which is what MAGA's doing, where you develop these personas and it's like, hi, I'm this person, which a lot of times, can be done by the CIA or whatever. It's scary to watch. And Elma decided, like, I'm mad and I want to show everyone that all MAGA accounts are fake. And I'll get into this more tomorrow, but this, if you want to look into it, is, again, the Daily Beast article. Let me just remember what it's called, because I can't. Top MAGA influencers accidentally unmasked as foreign trolls. Well, Elon Musk like, oops, I don't believe for 1 second any of this was an accident. That's delusional. Like, none of this happens as an accident. But I want to show, Brett Mycelis also made a video about it. And I downloaded it from Instagram, which I thought it was a good video. And then I noticed today that Ron Filipkowski also put out another article, like, with literally like a list of like, here's all the fake accounts. But again, don't go on X. It's a very unsafe, terrible place where you will be terrorized for the rest of your life. But for me personally, is it great to know that like I'm not crazy and none of these accounts who are stalking me are real? Yeah, it's nice.
MAGA is freaking out right now because Twitter, which prefers to identify as X, released this new feature in which you could actually see the country of origin of an account, and it's now being revealed that a lot of these MAGA accounts out there with hundreds of thousands of followers that have a big influence online are actually based in other countries. The way my jaw stayed in place. So I could literally go through like 1,000 of these accounts, but I'll show you just a few. Like this account, America First Verified. Well, turns out this account is based in Bangladesh. How about America Man, based in Indonesia? What about MAGA Nadine over here? Oh, it's probably some dude based in Morocco. Okay, Mary Tiles, Texas, you sure post a lot of pro-MAGA stuff online. Oh wait, you're from Russia? Interesting. Like I said, I could keep going and going. Nigeria. This is a major account that always gets Elon Musk's attention. This is based in India. This Ivanka Trump fan account based in Nigeria. This big MAGA account is based in Papua New Guinea. This one's from Serbia. Ultra MAGA Trump 2028, Nigeria. Dark MAGA Coin, Thailand. The MAGA Beacon, South Asia. MAGA Nation, Eastern Europe. Aaron Trump News, Eastern Europe. I think this definitely confirms what a lot of us thought but couldn't definitively prove, but now this feature is live. If you're on Twitter, if you're on X, you could see this on anybody's accounts. So just think about the foreign influence operations that are happening right now on this app. Think about the lawmakers who feel pressured by accounts like this. Think about the disinformation that spreads as a result of all these accounts out there. So in addition to the foreign influence angle, I actually see a simpler explanation for a lot of these accounts, and that's the fact that X pays their content creators for their posts, specifically their verified content creators who engage with other verified content creators. And so in this case, you can imagine somebody living in India or Bangladesh wanting to figure out how they can make a few extra $100 a month.
Let me just say something. He's believing that random people in third world countries are building these. I think that is not, that's a misunderstanding of how the internet works. In my opinion, just as someone who lived in Silicon Valley and watched when bot farms rose up. First of all, that account, he's like, oh, this one, Doge designer in India. Let me just say something. Elon Musk, most of the engineers working for X now are in India. So actually, there's a high possibility that that's one of his actual mods. I'm telling, there's a very high percentage chance, that is a person he knows. So I actually don't know about that one because I do know I've watched Elon in a lot of Spaces accounts and his mods, and some of them are in India. So I actually don't know if that's correct. And let me just say, I agree that there's a lot of money to be made this way, but it is very hard to build up these type of accounts and get to this point without capital. And people who live off $1, $2 a day to build up these type of accounts, that's very difficult without capital. Yeah. I don't know if I think it's individually innocent people who are like, I'll dedicate my life to this and I have the strength of the internet and the money to make it happen without any other influence behind it. It's very serious. What do they call those people? The Yahoo boys? When you look into Netflix has really gotten into these love scams, and these huge scams coming out of Nigeria. It's a conglomerate of people working together to get money. And in some cases that are largely being funded by political groups. Thomas Massey is one of the people that's talked about how he has information and can prove that millions of dollars has been spent by Trump to have bot farms and actual people attack and MAGA influencers, which turns out are people in other countries who are for hire, to attack him. These are people who are paid by MAGA to attack people that go against them, and that's how they make money. It's not as, and the ones coming from Russia, use your brain. That's KGB. This is insane. It's not random Billy in third world country who somehow scrounged together by milking and selling goat milk and somehow got a high-speed Wi-Fi connection to do this. It's way more organized than that, just to be clear. Usman probably Brooke, are you talking about the Usman from 90 Day? Don't do Usman like that. He's actually... That's so funny that I know what you're talking about. I need help. I need to stop watching Don't watch 90 Day Fiance. You don't know what we're talking about. By the way, Illusion, I just saw your super chat. Love your receipts. I'm buying what you're selling. I don't want to tell you, but an internal dispute within my family is developing. It's 4:41, and I have to go because my mother is going to attack me if I'm not at our family gathering. So just pray for me. Tomorrow, whatever happens is, as long as you see me, because there's not a horrible thing that happened tonight. I definitely want to show you guys, because it's I always talked about, I have this whole presentation. I've saved up hundreds of clips prior to Mom Dami being elected of all sorts of things, him being disparaged, him talking in the media. And I have never seen anything like what happened with him and Trump on Friday. I want to talk about it because I think it's actually a master class, and it taught me a lot about, I always say, when someone enters the game, let's say enters the chat, the smartest people in the room, you don't need to be threatened by someone. You just say like, hey, like I can learn something from every single person in the room. And like what I learned from Mom Dami on Friday, I think is invaluable. And it's like, I don't know what to call him. Like I'm almost, if I never thought there would be a more polished Pete Buttigieg, but I have never seen somebody, you know what, who's as good as him. And this makes me sick to say. Before he became mentally unstable and insane, that's how I would, like when I used to see, God, I don't even want to say it, Couch Boy. He used to be able, no. Listen, Couch Boy could have been somebody before he became the guy with stains on his shirt talking to MBS. If you don't know what I'm talking about, the guy who now twice, and the second time this weekend, Usha had no ring on and was cornered, and they're like, why don't you have your ring on? Like, that woman is like, get me the out of here. Couch Boy, you are about to be left. Like, you have biracial children and somehow are a white nationalist promoting like violence against immigrants. Like, Usha's like, eject. How do I get out of here? And she's like, oh, like, I just don't have my ring on because, like, I had to wash my hands, like, for the second or third time within, like, 2 months. She's like, I need to get out of here. So tomorrow we're going to go through the Momdami masterclass of how to snake charm Trump, which is either brilliant or it's like the calm before Trump unalives someone. I don't know. Like, let's just hope this is not a Malcolm X situation. But I think Mom Dami's a brilliant person. Truly. Like, I've never... I don't see him that often, like, with real opponents just being like, hey, like, let me show you how you disarm someone. Let me show you how you... like take someone who wants to fight you and you're just like, hey, calm down, sir, like everything's gonna be okay. It's just like I kept picturing it. It's like he's like, what is happening? Did he drug him? Like, what is everything gonna be okay? Like, it's like by the end of it, it was like Trump, Mom Dami just stood there smiling while Trump's like, leave Mom Dami alone, he's a great guy. And I was like, what is happening? Okay, look. And that's like, we should all watch that as a master. Like, anybody that wants to be a politician anywhere while Trump is alive needs to just, Mom Dami, what is that? You know, there's like, not Patreon, but there's like some company, it's called like Masterclass or whatever. And you can like take lessons from like billionaires or whatever, like people. Mom Dami needs to put on like a master class of like snake charming Trump. Like, I have never in my life seen what I witnessed in there. I was like, something's wrong. I can't even. So we're going to go over that tomorrow or later tonight. It just depends. I'm going to my nephew's 3rd birthday, which will either be the red wedding or it'll be a lovely time where we all watch toddlers play with each other. We don't know. So wish me luck, because I can hear rumblings outside this room. I have to go now or I'm going to be in trouble. I love you all. Wish me luck. Later, Gator.